Hey, good morning. Well, good evening, everyone. Sorry, I am exceedingly discombobulated right now because, I was under no circumstances actually expecting to start stream on time. But before I get into the details of that, hello, my name is Sugi Yamagawa, and I'm just a regular guy VTubing my slow life hobbies in my 30s. And today, we're brewing beer. We've got the kettle, we got the mash tun, there's the recipe book, there's grain over here. Hey, afternoon, evening. Good day to you. Mangaga 2168. Hope you're having a good day. Like I say, my day's been going pretty alright, other than my errands. I did some errand running. Well, sort of errand running. Some of it was for personal reasons. But yeah, I got back to the homestead like 20 minutes before stream. And yeah, getting started at a somewhat reasonable time has been a time trial. And for the most part, I feel like I've succeeded. So, with all that, I gotta go ahead and get this going. Because, well, I need to get that going. Because a little bit behind the 8 ball today. Otherwise good. I mean, it's been a good day. I went to 2 estate sales today, and that was kind of one of the reasons why I'm a little bit late, just a little bit late. Not a whole lot late, just kind of a little bit late. I went to an estate sale. Well, so the errands I ran before stream was estate sale, brewery. Then I went to the homebrew store to get my ingredient. Well, mostly my malted grains and yeast. So I had to get my ingredients for the beer, and then I had to drop a book off at the library. And those were my errands I had to get done prior to stream. So, and I also know that this is a little bit sooner than what I do typically. But I also want to finish this up like, well, interesting. Sorry, I was trying to actually see if I could play with busy morning and afternoon. Well, so the morning wasn't so busy. It's just in the morning for me. So this is my on-call week. And what that means is at any point during a set amount of time, I could get a text message that says I gotta go do work. And that's what I basically had to do this morning. So, and because I don't know if I'm going to work or not, I can't like go do stuff. I can't like a lot of stuff. So, and that's kind of like the thing with like when I go do it kind of irks my errand running when I'm on call, but because I have to plan the errands around that time. Granted, as far as I know, I was only on call this week until 1. I actually did not get 100% confirmation. But I was just like, okay, I'm going to assume that, though. Oh, yeah, I feel that. I used to work on call for a bit with one of my old jobs. Yeah. Well, it just adds complexity. Because it's like, okay, for this block of time, I really can't leave the house. Granted, when I was actually looking for estate sales today, one of them was like within walking distance of my house. And since I like going to estate sales, I was like, you know what? I'm going to just hop on the e-bike, go to the estate sale, and check it out. Which I did buy some stuff, which once we get the mash going, which is going to happen here, I actually have plans. But yeah, for now, I actually started beer. Yes, I did start beer on time. I started stream on time. But yeah, I'm cracking open the beer. And not only do I have Oktoberfest beer, I also have Oktoberfest Stein from the Blue Stallion Company. So I actually have proper glassware for Oktoberfest. Sort of. Also, I'm using the Stein just simply because of the fact that I haven't used this as much as I should. Now, granted, I did actually buy this at a flea market, I think for like $2 some odd bucks, but I haven't been using it enough, so I want to get some use out of it. Especially when it's an Oktoberfest thing, and that's mostly what I'm going to be drinking tonight. Granted, that is going to be, for any other homebrewers out there, I am not planning on cracking open any homebrew today. It's all going to be commercial stuff that I have available. So, but yeah, it has been very exciting. It's been a very exciting day getting to this point. But it's otherwise been a good one. I mean, I'm actually reasonably happy with my haul from the various estate sales that I went to today. And then, now granted, I have actually have not done an ounce of recipe writing for today, because normally I try to actually get some I personally prefer to get my that's hot now. I prefer to get my water for the mash. I prefer to get this going, and I prefer to have my recipe written. So I am exceedingly behind the 8 ball today. Not like terribly, but just I'm not. I don't know. The thoughts have left me. The thoughts abandoned me. The thoughts didn't like me. Which, that sounds about right. But yeah, actually, I guess I might as well. So, I did brew Oktoberfest on stream earlier this year, like really early this year. Yoshiharu, hello, welcome in. But yeah, last weekend, last Saturday, I actually brewed my second batch of Oktoberfest for the year. So here's like the recipe from that. That was brew 61, 9.6. But yeah, this is kind of the general format I go, where like recipe is like in the first part of the page, where I've got malt, hops, yeast, and then, well, water. Well, I'm pretty much stuck with the water I have. Some people get really deep into testing water chemistries, but generally my water is fine for most beer styles except IPAs. IPAs just don't taste right. But pale ales usually come out pretty well. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to be a very boring human being and make notes. Because, well, yeah, that's what boring human beings do, is make notes. And then they're very thankful they made notes. Granted, I have to write at the far edge of my ability to write. Granted, I am on the back half of my page, so... Oh no. I don't have a lot of support for... Damn, being left-handed. It's gonna get easier. Notes make the world. Yes. I'm on the wrong account again. Oh, you're not like terrible late. Like honestly, like admittedly, I was almost late to this because I got home from my various errand running for the weekend and getting ingredients for tonight's brew day like 20 minutes before stream was when I actually got in the driveway. So it was a very express get ready for stream. So I may have missed grabbing things, which I can honestly just think of. I've got stuff sitting in my my brew box, but that's like right behind me. I can grab that. That's easy grabs. And then we have our first beer, an Oktoberfest, in a proper Oktoberfest Stein. I just made Gyudon. Nice! Gyudon's good stuff. Did you have pickled red ginger with it? I am a huge fan of pickled red ginger. And it goes amazing with Gyudon. Pickled red ginger is great with Gyudon, okonomiyaki. But yeah, it's one of my favorite Japanese like side dishes. This is my 60. I have, with today's brew day, I will have done 62 brews. That's 62 5-gallon. I'm really mad with pickle things. Okay. I mean, I get that because, well, for me personally, I don't like pickles. I don't like actual pickles. My best friend, he's actually a huge fan of pickled yellow peppers. I'm pretty sure that pickled red ginger is like the only thing I really like. Only like pickled as a palate cleanser. Yeah, but it's such a good palate cleanser. Pickled onions are my jam, but yeah, I don't like pickles either. I actually can say I have not had I haven't had pickled onions, so I cannot pass judgment on those. That is outside my level of experience. And I took a picture because, unfortunately, I have an affliction. And that is, I have absolutely no ability to spell. So I need to do this a little bit. So, this beer is actually... I do really like pickled daikon and carrots, though. Ooh! Ooh, nice, nice. So I've had regular daikon. Regular daikon's good. I love carrots, but I actually haven't had the pickled varieties of that. I've got mental notes of things I need to try. Wait, granted, we're talking about pickled daikon, pickled carrots, pickled onions. Those are all root crops. Ginger's a root crop. I see a common theme. Pickled root crops might actually be better than regular. Who cares if you can spell? What matters is that you can understand it. Yeah. But yeah. So, this beer is called the Commoding Corners Pale Ale. And there's a reason for that. The reason for that is this is a beer that I don't try to get super like scientific about. I don't try to, and it's also okay. So it's also called Commoding Corners because the hops I'm using are Comet hops. I use Comet hops because they are the recommended hop to grow for my area, and I gotta say, they grow well. You should try pickled garlic cloves. It turns like a jade green. Ooh. Pickled garlic cloves. That sounds good. Now, I need to also... So, this little round thing on my kettle, that's my thermometer. I need to do a lot of monitoring of that at this point, but we're still doing reasonably well with yapping and such. Because right now the water is only at 120. Once again, we're using freedom units here because, well, those are the ones my brain most readily understands. I can reasonably understand metric and length measurements, but you're gonna use a balloon? No. I'm not planning on using a balloon. I know some people use balloons for airlocks, but no, I've got proper airlocks. Let's bring this back. So let's go ahead. So our first and our backbone ingredient is malt. Malt is grain. That's what's in this plastic trash bag over to the side here. That's what's here. Can I bring you over without catting stuff off my workbench? Because I don't want to cat stuff off my workbench. I am not cat. I am human. There we go. But yeah, that's the grain there. I'm gonna eventually. That's eventually gonna hit the mash tun. But yeah, so today's malt. So the malt you use. Do you have a cat? No, I do not have cat. I am very. I don't like having a lot of responsibilities because there's times in my life where I feel like I drowned in the level of responsibilities I have, so I choose to not have pets. Cats are tempting from the perspective of they're they're lower maintenance than an actual dog. But I also have to occasionally babysit my sister's dog. So I don't know how cats don't. I have no intentions of consuming pet. Pet is you love the pet and make the pet happy. Now, granted, if I was more of a fan of eggs, I would totally keep a flock of chickens. I would totally keep a flock of chickens. Because chickens are pets, but earn their keep with eggs. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm not a fan of the chicken meat, and I can use eggs for some things, but I'm just not a huge fan. You can technically have anything as a pet. Yes, I do live that uncomfortably close to the state of Indiana. Thank you for reminding me. Because... oh, darn it. I missed my notes. Let's just go ahead and scratch all that out. Because we're going to be having 40-degree caramel malts for 3/4 pound. But yes, the reason for the Indiana comment is that in the U.S. state, people in Indiana have crazy pets. Here's the thing about the state of Indiana in this joke, is that the rules in Indiana are such that you are essentially allowed to have anything as a pet, anything, as long as you can get, I think, your 10 closest neighbors to sign off on you having it. So, if you have land in the middle of nowhere, Indiana, and you can get all your neighbors to sign a piece of paper saying you can have a bear, you can have a bear. You want a tiger? If you get your neighbors to sign off on that, you can have a tiger. Yeah, it's wild. The state of Indiana is wild. I mean, granted, I would know. I was born there. Hedgehogs abandoned my state. Ah. I'm trying to think about... because I think hedgehogs are allowed in my state. I'm not entirely sure about any of their other purpose/use. I do know that porcupine... so, it's weird. Porcupines are not native to my state. Entirely. Now, granted, armadillos are not native to my state of Kentucky, but they are coming across the... they're so cute, though. I mean, hedgehogs are cute. That is true. That is certainly a truth. Hedgehogs are cute. Okay. So, I checked my magic thermometer. And... I'm at 140 degrees on my on my water. So I'm going to want to start doing what's called the mashing, which is where I combine the water with the mash at around 160. I'm making a pale ale, so I'm going to want my mash temp to be around, let's say 145 would be good. 145 degrees. And now I gotta undo a knot I just made like an hour ago. Ooh, can the former Boy Scout solve a knot he made an hour ago? Which I can. I just have to figure out which way it wants to go. Because... Ooh, hello, wind. I think it's because hedgehogs count as an environmental problem. Ah! I can see that. I can certainly see that. Oh. There we go. I think I found the... Because the problem is when I tie white plastic in a knot, it all looks the same. And makes it hard for me to find the spot where I need the pool. Yeah. Almost so close. There we go. Which, I know I have that laying around. Maybe. Ooh, this is going to be exciting. Oh, Also, another reason why I am trying to undo the knot is, since this is basically essentially a trash bag. What? Why is there still knot? I should have undone it. I should have undone it. I'm taking you to a work table, which is my cooler. I already get enough wild animal problems in my backyard. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay. You know what? Now that I actually have this on the work surface, that makes it so much easier. Ha! I literally had one of the bunny ears hanging me up. Okay. And... there it is. The glorious, glorious malt, glorious, glorious grain. My friend lives in the city, and he got sprayed by a wild skunk somehow. Yeah. I mean, I live in suburbia, and just cut it open. No, I'm not doing that. I have feelings. I have beliefs, and that is, this is essentially a single-use plastic. Now, with me going through all that effort to neatly open it and retain its structural integrity, I can now use this as a trash can liner. So I've taken a single-use plastic and turned it into a double-use plastic. And if we can take all of our single-use plastics and use them twice, we have halved our demand for single-use plastics. Bada bang, bada boom. Solving the world's problems. Not really, but just trying to do my part. And be barbaric like the rest of us. No. Okay. I need to grab my handy dandy stir stick. Handy dandy stir stick, because we're going to be doing a lot of stirring here soon. And okay, cool. So we are currently approaching 160 here. So we're getting close. We're getting really close before we can start mashing in. Still got a little bit of time, which is nice. Which actually. So. Okay. So here's kind of a close-up of what malted grain looks like. Now, you might notice that it has a lot of whiteness in there, whereas you also see a lot of holes. You'll join us one day. That's just going on. Never. I have to be a force for good. Or, I mean, I try to be at least someone who tries. I at least like to try. I may not be great, but I'll give it the good old college effort. But yeah. So this is malted grain. Malted grain here is essentially what it is literally grain that's ever so slightly sprouted. Because what grain is basically a starch packet containing a little baby plant that get the next generation of plants going. The starch is the fuel for the little baby plant. Looks like oats. Yeah, I mean, oats are actually a grain, so it's actually not all that dissimilar. But in the case of this is actually cracked open, which is why we have all this white stuff here, because that's actually like the inner part of the grain, because all this gets run through a mill. Actually, you can kind of see this a little bit better with the side view. You can kind of see all the white stuff. That's the endosperm. That's all the good starchy goodness. And what the Oi, you, don't do that. It's not appropriate. But what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be turning all this wonderful starch into sugar. The reason why we malt grain is because we want to take the starch and convert it to sugar. In order to do that, the seed has enzymes in it that it will use to convert the starch to sugar. And to activate those enzymes, you kind of basically have to waken up the grain, which is what malting is. Malting grains is the process of waking up the grain seeds, getting them to sprout a little bit, and then you kill them. It's a very brutal thing we do to plants, but plants have also manipulated us into doing this, because there would not be this much barley in the world if the barley did not manipulate us human beings into growing this much. Agriculture is a plant-first conspiracy. And I end up with alcohol at the end of the day, so I'm okay with it. Okay. So, we're slightly over 160 degrees Fahrenheit in here. I'm going to start mashing it. Now, I said earlier that my target temperature for my mash tun, this igloo cooler below me, is 145. Why use warmer water than my target temp? Mr. Yamagawa's been part of the dark side long before me. Oh yeah. Man, the amount of composting I do around here, you would not believe it. Which is actually going to be the ultimate fate of these grains, is they're going to get composted. They're going to get turned to compost. Either that or feed a raccoon. Because I have a raccoon that basically lives behind the house, and sometimes when I will actually take my spent grain and I'll just set it outside before I set it into like the actual composter, and then the darn raccoon gets into it, and I find out the next day, and then I'm like, yep, that's how that raccoon gets that round. Just eating my malt. My spent grain. So, malt, after it's been used to make beer, is called spent grain. If you go, some breweries will actually have, well, some breweries that also have kitchens attached to them will have stuff like spent grain bread, because you can actually still eat the stuff. It's just it's going to have a lot less. It's actually going to be less carbs versus regular grain being made into bread. Because the carbs get extracted out of the grain and gets turned into beer. Okay, we are doing pretty well here, and because I'm actually monitoring how much water I'm putting in via there. I gotta adopt a wide stance. And I gotta mix this really, really good. The reason why I gotta mix it really, really, really good. Curves are dangerously delicious. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. This is what makes Italian food so powerful. So powerful, but also very dangerous. And this is a thermometer. Thermometer is going to be my monitoring device for the mash. So I'm going to go ahead. Let's see. I think I'll just hit it with a half gallon more of water. Let it get in here. I'll mix it. And I'll see what my temperature is. See if I'm getting close to where I want to be. Now, a big reason why you do a lot of mixing at this stage is due to the fact you don't want to have uneven temperatures. As I mentioned earlier, we are using water that is warmer than our target temperatures. And when your mash gets too hot, you actually inactivate those enzymes that you want to use. Now, I don't think my my water is that hot yet, but that's also why I add water in batches, because I'm slowly bringing the temperature up in here. And with that, I need a magic glove. Not the... How am I so bad? I'm left-handed. That's how I'm bad at selecting gloves. That's how I'm bad at selecting gloves. But I'm going to grab some water right now, because I want to do this while I'm thinking about it. It's very important that I do this while I'm thinking about it. So, that's a little bit of water. And essentially, as far as everyone else is concerned, that's essentially some type of science experiment. So this is getting really warm. So I'm going to use the regulator on my propane thing, turn it down, so that way this can kind of cool down a little bit. Is what I want to do there. And then, since I'm wanting to take a brief pause, that is what beer is for. Good stuff. Okay, so I'm going to grab the thermometer and check it. And so, as we can see here, we are at around 150, which is actually a really good place to be. So, you actually start disactivating enzymes if you get over 160. So, if I'm sitting at 150, my enzymes are good. They're healthy. Now, I do still want my temperature here in my mash tun to come down a little bit. So what I do is I just stir, try to evenly distribute my temperature, and then we just let it sit. We just let it sit. Now I gotta grab a piece of foil for that. And, oh yeah, I got some pre-mades. Oh, pre-made. And is this how people felt like when they first came out with the pre-made cake mixes? So yeah, pre-made bit of foil. And what this is here is basically sterilized water, very boiling hot. I don't want to lift it too much, it will burn me, but that's sterilized water. And that just gets set to the side for now. Whew. But yeah, this is mashing. This is the first step in standard brewing. Now, what I'm doing is called all grain brewing. I'm using straight grains to make beer. That's all grain brewing. You can actually buy what's called liquid malt extract, and it's basically what's being made here is called wort, and you can just basically buy pre-made wort, dilute it with water, go into a brew kettle, and then you can just skip on to the adding the hops part. But it's cheaper to do all grain, which is why I invested in my mash tun. And by invested, I mean I spent, I think between the cooler and the hardware I added to it, I spent like $70. Granted, a lot of the hardware I bought was stainless steel, and stainless steel is a lot more expensive nowadays. Okay. So, I'll take another look. So, once again, we're definitely high. We're definitely very warm. So, we're very warm here. So, I'm just going to go ahead, give it another stir. Just leave it open. It's going to allow the heat to dissipate, and that's going to allow me to slowly bring my temperature into where I need it to be. I don't need to worry about I don't have to worry about getting aggressive at this point, because getting aggressive at this point is always 100% a bad idea. So since this is plenty hot enough, I'm cutting it off from its heat. Also, at some point, I'm probably going to have to change out my propane tank, so that's probably going to be a thing that needs to happen at some point. Maybe not right now, but eventually. But what I'm wanting to do is let the temperature settle in, and once I'm happy with where the temperature settled, I can add the cover to this, and then the mashing step does its thing. Which, congratulations, is the longest and most boring step. But mashing is also where I will, if I am hungry, I'll grab a bite to eat, go do something else, watch an episode of anime, whatever. This is like, I do the thing, I leave it alone for a while, and then I come back to it. So, let's see what we got here. So we're still well in the 150 range. Don't like that. So, we've done some stirring, letting it sit. We're still a little too hot. So I'm going to grab my water hose. I'm going to add a little bit of water. Enjoy all the time I get to spend in your company. Well, thank you. And also, this is probably going to be a longish stream. Oh, there we go. Just meaning a little bit of splash of water. Not too much. Not too much, not too little. And then we'll give it a nice good stir because we want to even out those temperatures. Because in brewing, we have the mashing process, which takes an hour from when it starts. And then we have the wort boil, which also takes an hour from when it starts. So it is definitely a process. But that's fine. I get to have water and beer in the meantime. And then also once I'm happy with my final when I get close to my final temperature here, I'm going to add the cover, and then I actually have a game plan for the mash step, because historically I would just like yammer and yap about the brewing, well, just about the process of brewing while I have the mash going. But for today, I have a bit of a surprise, and it's related to things I did earlier. But I've got to wait for my get reasonably close to the temperature I want here, and then we can do other things. But for now, I just wait. Which, guess what, folks? That's a lot of what brewing is waiting. It is like, you do a thing, then you get to wait. Then you do another thing, and then you get to wait. That is brewing in a nutshell. Plus a lot of cleaning. You gotta do a lot of cleaning. Okay, let's see what we got. So we've come down in temperature. We're definitely under the 150 mark, which is good. Looks like we're being pretty darn close to the middle of the road. We're being, well, really close to that 145 degrees Fahrenheit that I would like to hit for this pale ale. So I'm gonna give it a stir. I'm gonna let it sit, and I will do one last check. And if I'm still in that ballpark I want to hit, then I can put a cover on this. So we're really close to that. But I have time to kill. Well, stuff to do. So I'm adding water to the kettle. Let's see. I can't see because of the steam. That's 3.5 gallons. Okay, cool. That's about how much I want in there. So, what this water is going to become well, it's called strike water. So when this process is done, we're going to have water here that we add to here. Granted, it's not going to be like it's not going to flow like this. It actually happens in a lot more troublesome of a manner, but we will cross that bridge when we get there. I am not there yet. I get to spare myself that. Okay. Sure. Okay. So we're looking like we're just right at 140. That's getting covered. There we go. I'm going to keep that heat in there. I'm going to maintain the temperature, and that's going to sit for a period of time. Now, I'm going to go to my phone, and I'm going to... There we go. There's that timer. So we basically have already been mashing for a little bit of time. About almost 10 minutes. So I am going to set a timer for 51 minutes, and for now, we wait. Is where we're at. It is. Granted, I'm also probably I'm gonna want to check this in the mash tun in probably about 5 minutes to make sure I'm just warm enough. Because I don't want it to get too cold. Get too cold, and then my enzymes don't do enough work. Too hot, I kill my enzymes. And this is kind of... Mashing is one of the most finicky parts of brewing. Not just home brewing, but just brewing in general. Is the mash. Because the mash is what's going to give you the amount of fermentable sugar or unfermentable sugar. Unfermentable sugar will give you more body, more heft to your beer. Whereas fermentable sugar gets you more alcohol, which some people want. As for me, I'm fine with either. I am truly fine with either. But I am getting to the bottom of my first Oktoberfest. And it's only taken this long for me to get this far. Oh, man. Okay. I think we're at a good spot to showcase this goodness. Yeah. I have a box. Turn. Here we go. We got a box. So, part of my various activities prior to stream is going to estate sales. So I have a couple of goodie boxes, if you will, that I picked up from the various estate sales. Well, I went to 2 estate sales. This box contains my haul from the second estate sale I went to today. So I figured tasty cardboard. There are certainly ways to make cardboard tasty. Not sure if I'm up for that challenge though. Cardboard is a good source of fiber though. But yeah. So basically, since, well, it seems like the gacha is popular, this is kind of a estate sale gacha, except I kind of already know what's in these boxes. Granted, I know what's in this box just because I literally purchased these items like 3 hours ago. Looks like 3 hours ago. But yeah. Just going to be showcasing my estate sale haul. Make sure that does not hit camera. It's kind of gacha. It's not super gacha, but it's kind of gacha. But yeah. Here's the goodies I bought. Now, I say goodies. They're not like really super goodies, but personally it's stuff I can get excited for. So, first off, a little bit of, oh hey Dad's Old Shop, good afternoon. How are you doing? I hope you've enjoyed the beer today. But yeah, right now we've got beer that's mashing underneath this cardboard box. The contents of this cardboard box is my estate sale haul that I made a little while ago. So, and this estate sale is primarily themed around fasteners. I bought so many fasteners. So, for here, I've got 1 3/4 deck screws, mostly. Oh! I even have another thing of 1 3/4 deck screws. Granted, these are also... Are these torque? Yeah, these are torque. They are torque screws. But yeah, got a good little bit of 1 3/4 torque screws. And that. But yeah, mostly fasteners. Most of this box is just straight fasteners, which this is kind of the general stuff I buy when I go to estate sales, is stuff I know I will use, but it won't take up a lot of space, and I know I'll eventually need it. Granted, personally, one of the things I'm excited for is this concrete screw assortment set. So, this actually gives me essentially a whole bunch of concrete screws. This gives me a bunch of options to attach stuff to what essentially is a concrete wall. Oh, hey, cat. Actually, I have a Yingling with lunch. Odd. That's sort of nice. Sorry, but I gotta be real honest. Here. Not a fan of Yingling. Primarily because I had their Oktoberfest ones from Draft, and and I had that draft Yingling Oktoberfest and was like, macro beers, we know how we call you watered down things I cannot politely say. Yingling, how dare you do this to my favorite beer style? How dare you package this and call this Oktoberfest? So I have a bit of a personal bone to pick with Yingling for that. Past that, it's just beer. Where I'm from, if you ask for a lager, you get Yingling. Also, another thing that kind of annoys, I've had standard Yingling, and I consider a standard Yingling a light lager. And then Yingling is like, we've got something even lighter than that, and I'm like, why are you watering down their beer like that? Their standard and Black and Tag are good. I mean, so I will say the standard Yingling is fine. It's a solid fine. Oh, Black and Tan? I haven't had the Black and Tan. A standard Yingling is a solid fine, in my book. But yeah, concrete screws, which I actually have plans for these. And that's also another thing I like about buying fasteners like this, especially if I can get them in their original box. That means they're labeled. Because when you go to people's houses, their estate sales, typically things aren't not labeled. And you have to play guess. You have to play guess the fastener. So I got concrete screws. Pretty happy about that. Have plans for that. Another thing I'm excited for is pocket hole screws. I have a Craig pocket hole set, and I do have screws, but it's also nice to have options, because sometimes you can get away with 1 1/4, but also having like 1 1/2. It's just good to have options. I like having options. These also, like, fasteners don't take up a lot of space, so when it comes to the realm of buying stuff and using it for later, fasteners are typically a great buy. Next up, we have sharp point lath screws. These are 1 inch. These are really good for mounting like various things into metal. Really good for that. So, also small, compact box, mostly full. Lots of good stuff there. And then next up, I have some metal. What are you? Metal 1/2 inch staples. I actually bought these for work because I use these at work a lot. So that's going to go on my work truck. And then what do we have here? What are you? So you are 2 1/2 inch screws. 2 1/2 inch screws are very, in my opinion, very useful set of screws. Now, granted, these are Phillips. They are not Torque. I am personally a Torque fan. Granted, we've got more Torque. There's more Torque coming. But still useful. Still gets me use out of those guys. But, and this is kind of, yes, I got creamy peanut butter. Creamy peanut butter. Really good peanut butter right here. But by really good peanut butter, I mean some nice brass hinges, which I'm not sure where I'm going to use these at. I'm not sure what sort of project. Torx, hell yeah, yes. Torx fasteners are the best fasteners. But let's see, I've got, how many of these hinges did I grab? 1, 2, 3. Sorry, there's fasteners in here, and I gotta not spill the fasteners out. Looks like 6. So I got 6 of these bad boys. Not sure where I'm going to use them, but yeah. Hardware is love, hardware is life. Especially when you can get it for cheap, because like, I didn't get this for like cheap. I paid like $15 for this whole box, but yeah, this is all 1 3/4 Torque screws. Do you hoard things? I try not to. Because So with buying this sort of stuff, this is stuff I plan to use and eventually will probably use. Whereas most hoarders will have a thing and be like, I could use it someday, but not know what plan or project that will have. Now, some of this stuff I don't have. Some of this stuff I do have plans for, like these, like the staples. These are going in my work truck. I can use these on the job. That's an on-the-job use. These are an option if I'm building a project. Another option for when I'm building a project, which I like. I also do stock some of these fasteners as far as like my standard stuff, and this is also going to be replenishment for some of that. Now this next one is going to unbalance things because I'm just so unbalanced. So we're going to have to go to the other side of the world. And then next up is deckmate screws. Deck screws. Deck screws are super useful. These are like truly useful stuff. And these are 2-inch torque-driven deck screws. Very useful. Ultra useful stuff. Good to have. Good, really good to have. Because I have those. Those are 2-inch deck screws. And then I also have a box of 3-inch. Which a lot of people seem to think that the 3-inch deck screw is the most superior deck screw. They are kind of right. Because if you want to attach two 2x4s together, this is a really solid option. Like, this is truly a great thing to connect two 2x4s together. But yeah, it's not a ton of deck screws. It's a good amount. It's a fairly good amount. It's enough to help replenish my stock for projects. I mean, because that's the thing. Like, all this stuff will probably get used in some manner. And then the next up, which is, these are, once again, deck screws, but these are 5/8". I was not expecting the plastic lid to go that way. Now, I do have a couple of these nails mixed in with them. Not really particularly excited about the nails. Probably go through this, throw it away, but I am excited to have these. Because these are really good, because at the size of an 5/8", these are really good for if I wanted to, say, screw an 3/4" board into a like 2x4 or something, which I have an deeply ailing fence system, but my fencing is gonna die someday. I actually come around to nails on projects in the Bible. Wait, cut nails. Wait a second. Okay. One moment. Okay, I'm back. Dumb question. Is this what a cut nail is? Because I've got like a whole jar of these like bad boys, and I am not entirely sure what I'm going to use these for. Granted, I mean, these are like really beefy boys. Like, and it's kind of the thing that makes me be like, what am I going to use these for? But yeah, are these cut nails? Because when you describe something as a cut, because I know twisted nails, yes, sort of, that looks like okay, masonry nail. Yeah, I can also see it used for that application. Okay, cool. Great. I have a whole pint jar of these guys. And it's kind of been a find this thing, knows the thing exists, and then is like, how am I going to use these? Because I do like the purge stuff that I don't think I will use. I'm not trying not to be a hoarder. Granted, I say I try. Well, my garden boxes are made with cut nails. They're strong as hell. Ooh. I mean, I've traditionally been a screw guy, just because like I use. Well, one, I have power drills, but also two, just being a little bit vulnerable here. My depth perception is absolutely garbage. I have garbage depth perception. I am not a fan of nailing nails. Just because I can't swing a hammer straight. I have very poor depth of field view. So I tend to be more low those low 2D. Yes. My eyes do 2D okay, but they don't do 3D okay. So I'm more of a screw person versus nails. I mean, if I think I can get away with nails, I mean, granted, I have a stockpile of nails, which unfortunately, my stockpile of nails has been made worse because when the people did my garage door, they left their bin of nails here. Well, granted, it was a good-sized bin. There wasn't a lot left. I mean, well, not a lot. I mean, there's probably a good 100 nails left in that bin. So now I have probably around about 100 trim nails that I have no idea what I'm going to do with. And I'm trying to use up my nail stock as much as I can, because I would like to just make all my nails go away, because I have I have two of my drawers in my storage drawers. Two of them are dedicated entirely just to holding fasteners, and one of those is mostly nails, which is in the classification of useful, but I don't know what I'm gonna do with them. Oh, trim nails are mostly for like restoration, repair. Yeah, well, they're not okay. So they're not actual like proper trim nails. They're, let's see. Do I want to find these things? I'm committing to the bit. Yeah. Okay. Granted, I am calling these trim nails because that's what they were used. That's what the garage door installers used them for. Is that these were used to install the trim. Well, yeah, like the trim seals to the actual like wood and such. But it's actually like a it's a white powder coated nail, which is like, there is use. Nail review stream. No. Nail tier list or fastener tier list. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh man, for passing some. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they're for. But it's like, not sure what sort of application I'm going to use these for. But I have them. I have a whole bunch of them now. But, technically speaking, the fastener that I'm kind of sort of most excited for is these guys. This final box. Simply because these are also the most expensive fastener for me to acquire. And there's actually quite a few in here. And that is these guys. The real legend here, roofing screws. I wonder if they're like good for aluminum to avoid galvanic shenanigans. See, that's a use case. That's a good use case for those. But I as far as stuff I do, it's like, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I've got like this massive thing of so this screw came from this side. This is pointed tip. These look like 1.5 inch like roofing screws. I am going to use a lot of these. These are very useful. Like this, like these screws right here was worth buying this. And then I also have what I presume to be a type of roofing nail, because it is a nail with a washer. And this is self-tap. Okay, these aren't self-taps, because these are just pointed tip on this. This is just a standard pointer tip. Whereas these on this side, wait, I thought these were self-taps. No, these aren't self-taps, but these, granted, these are like 2 inch. I think these are 2 inch. I think that's like the only difference. Those are 1.5 inch. These are 2 inch roofing nails. Granted, I know those are 1/4 heads though. I do know they're 1/4 heads. But yeah, never seen a nail with a washer before. But I presume everything in here is like stuff for, well, actually no. This container was originally used for other things other than these various things. But these are actually reasonably expensive fasteners. So that's a good to have. But yeah, this whole box of fasteners sent me back 15 bucks. Overall, I would have appreciated it if it was a little bit cheaper. I think maybe the white ones are for non-steel contact. Ah, yeah, maybe. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure what I'll use those for. I mean, I'll keep them around. I do keep a small stock of miscellaneous hardware. Yeah, 15 bucks. It's, you can't complain. Can't complain about that. I mean, but that's also like the great thing with an estate sale is you can get a lot of stuff. I mean, I'm also particularly excited about honestly getting a good chunk of brass hinges for plus all this amount of fasteners to, I mean, I had a fairly good stock of fasteners and now it's even better. So even less to worry about. Oh. That's the first box. That is the first box of fasteners. Well, this is fastener. The double hinges are nice. Yeah. It's good. It's good stuff. Okay. So I gotta check on this because I want to make sure I have a good temperature on this. Which I'm presuming I do. Ooh. Ooh, that's leaking bad. Ooh. Okay. That's less than desirable. Ooh. Ooh, okay. That's fun. So, I just noticed I have a lot of wart leaking out, which granted this did leak, it leaked a little bit last weekend, but apparently it's leaking worse, and I know where it's leaking. It's leaking at the fastener, so. But granted, my issue right now is the temperature has went down. I'm right on the cusp of where I need to be, is the issue. How warm am I here? Okay, you know what? This is over where I need to be. So, honestly, we're gonna get some heat going. Get a little bit of heat going, get that warmed up. Because this is at about 138. It's cooled down more than I anticipated. I mean, granted, it's not deal breaking, but I'd like to bring that temperature up a little bit more. So we're gonna get the burner going. We're gonna heat up some water. because right now the water is at probably 155. So if I throw a good little bit of water into this, should be good. But I'd rather exercise a little bit of caution here. It's by no means, the beer is by no means ruined, but it's also like, this is not as ideal. Not as ideal as I would hope. So that puts us at 1 gallon added. Now, granted, I would have checked sooner, but I was yapping about finds I had. So we're gonna mix, do our best to even out temperatures, and covering. And that I'm gonna let that set for probably about 2 minutes. See what our final temperature is. Now, so I'll wait. Oh no! I don't have any beer. I better fix that. I'm gonna be fixing it with a Kirtland lager. Get that going. Ooh. I didn't save all of it, but not too bad. Not too bad. There we go. Chill out there. Okay. So, mash tun turned out a little bit cold. Throw some water at it. We're warming up water here. We'll give it a let's see. And I go in. I'm over 140. Done worrying about that. Done. 100%. Because at like 144, 143, I'm plenty good there. Now, I am going to be adding more strike water to this because I am losing fluid. Which, admittedly, a certain someone, this guy needs to repair that. At some point. At some point. There we go. So, we've got this running warm. I've got some beer. Lid! So we're going to let that warm up, and then I'll cut the heat out eventually. So, we've still got quite a bit of time left on the mash. But I do have more goodies. So I'm going to take I'm just kind of turn it. Give myself a little bit more room here. To introduce Gotcha Box number 2. So this is actually from the first estate sale I went to today. And if you want a bit of a preview of what's inside, there's your preview of what's inside. But yeah, ciao. And it's the one where I'm a little bit less sure of, well, I'm I know some of the stuff I got, but I don't know 100% of the stuff I got. But most of this box is medical, which I've got some Band-Aids, which coincidentally, one of my goals, granted, there's actually better stuff in the bottom, but I kind of got some rolled gauze. Always, woodworkers always need gauze. Always good stuff to have on hand. Granted, like truly the great stuff. This is the great stuff. This is the stuff worth buying. But so this is basically a self-adhering stretch wrap. So if I wanted to say, hypothetically, I did a whoopsie on stream. Well, I could use all this. I have a whole bunch of gauze bandage, and then with this, I can use this to actually hold it in place. And that's actually what this stuff is here for. Well, part of the reason I bought it was, one, this stuff is like super useful, and then two, I can actually make a first aid kit for the basement, for the shop. I can have a first aid kit down here, because this is pretty much what because I actually have like this, and then I have this size roll. And okay, so it's soft wrap, elastic bandage, and we got a whole 5 yards of this stuff. And I can put myself to get back together so many times with that. With that many yards. But yeah, it's primarily the stuff I bought, because this stuff was like sitting in this box I had. Now, they did have a first aid kit laying off to the side, which was actually in this Tupperware container. That's why I have various other first aid stuff. And I bought this stuff so I could have a little bit extra. Well, basically, like, one, build a first aid kit for the shop, so that way I can have a first aid kit here, because, well, that's just a smart thing to do. And second of all, this is just good stuff to have. Oh wow, wait, this is a packing list. Huh. Actually, wait a second. I gotta be careful about that. Oh, I said that was within walking distance of house. I can't be shown. And ooh, waterproof tape. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff to put myself back together again. But yeah, let's get this handy dandy little kit here. Ooh, yeah. Speaking of like actual like fun stuff. Okay, so speaking of like actual like fun stuff I bought Caesar in Gao by D. Oj and Eastman. Now, some people might be wondering, okay, this is like an old looking book. What's so great about the old looking book? Well, what's great about the old looking book is the old looking book is old. It is old. It's old. It is a really old book. And you see the copyright. Barely. Wait, I need more light. That's what I need. Excuse me a moment. I'm going to get you guys some more light. And then once I get you guys more light, you can appreciate how old this is. Because it's very important to appreciate how old it is. So, granted, I have more light on it. So you're just going to have to take my word for it. But this book was copyrighted in 1917 and 1918. This book is 100 years old. It is over 100-year-old. It is over 100-year-old book, and even better, it is. There's a map in it. There was a map. Ooh, wait, there's a map. There's a map. I like maps. So this is so you might be looking at this area and being like, huh, that looks very much like France. Well, France used to be called Gaul. This book is actually about Caesar's campaign in Gaul, which is great. Is absolutely amazingly wonderful because the map, yeah, a map of conquest. But yeah, it's actually printed in Latin. It's printed in Latin. Ugh, I love it. But yeah, this is actually about Caesar's campaigns in Gaul. It's even got like maps of like how the battles turned out. Which Helvetii camp, Roman camp, which probably find like a really, really, really nice ooh, got some lovely illustrations in it. Ooh, ooh, images of Roman siege equipment. Images of Roman siege equipment. For those who don't know, one of the things I would really, really, really like to do someday is actually make siege equipment as a stream, or like a series of streams. Like I would love to build some siege equipment. I would love to build like a trebuchet or something, or even like a Roman style ballista. But they also, I know at some point, granted at this point it's talking about the Civil War. And then I also have a lot of note pages, which helps you doing a lot of the Latin and English translation. Let's go a ballista stream. Yes, yes. I want to do a ballista so bad, but it's a matter of getting plans, getting materials, because I really want to do it, but it's also kind of like big in terms of planning. My last long-term D&D character used the ballista. Nice. But yeah, there's just cornucopious amounts of notes that are just used for like translating the Latin. Ooh. Oh. The Ides of March. Essentials of Grammar. Ooh, okay. Oh man, it even walks you through like Latin grammar. That's cool. That's good stuff. Then forms, syntax, nouns, like. But yeah, 100-year-old book. And also looking through this dead guy's books, 90% of the books were religious. 5% were about guns. 5% were other. As you can see, this is from the other category. But yeah, I'm a big sucker for old books, and also I like to I like to smell old paper, and this book smells heavenly. It smells so good. It sounds like I didn't expect. Oh man. Now, just because you're old doesn't mean you can be agnostic. Let's see here. That's getting pretty warm. Got about 10-ish minutes on the timer. I'm going to go ahead and cut off the flow of propane because that's plenty warm enough, and then probably stay pretty warm. But yeah, this is my other hardware find, which this is actually a bit closer to actual gacha, because I saw one thing. Gotta love good. Yes, yes, one of my people. Yes. Cheers. Cheers, brother. Old book smell is best smell. But yeah, I bought this because, well, I bought this whole tin because hooks. never know when you're going to need a good hook. Which, once again, also, this is a big reason why I buy stuff from estate sales is various hardware that I know I'll eventually use. Will I need it today? Maybe, maybe not. But otherwise, I have it. I have it. So, that's a big thing. But there's a lot of other stuff in here. Ooh, wait a second. What are you? Ooh, you're a spooky thing. You. Wait a second. I think I know. Okay, so I think I know what this is. I think I know what this thingamabob is. What this is. Yeah, because it's got 2 points of contact on it. 2 points. Center and side. And then you see it has this wire that has this fun little bracket. I am 99% sure this is something you would screw into like a light bulb socket. And then you would take this part and attach it to like a water line or something. And you would this becomes the ground. So if you wanted to have a grounded light bulb, but heaven forbid your wires not be grounded, this is an adapter solution for that. Oh man, this is kind of neat. That's actually kind of neat. But thankfully my house is built in the 90s and is built to 90 electrical codes. Versus like people in times that were not mine had to have a separate ground to have a grounded electrical appliance. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. I'm pretty sure that's what that's for. Very neat though. Very neat. It is neat to see things that remind me of bygone times. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Speaking of stuff I'll actually use, like small little gate hooks, like locking lids and various things like that. That's useful. That is useful. I have this puck thing. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to use that. Wait, is this? Oh, look! It's just a cute little stapler. It's literally just the small. He's literally just the smallest little guy. Nice little small little staple guy. Ooh, wait. Ooh, okay. I can totally use those. So these are also real small eye hooks. Very useful. Maybe not like intensely useful, but useful. And oh my goodness, great. Classic mini Swigla. My mom has the same stapler? Wow. I'm just like looking at this thing, and this thing is like just the smallest, cutest thing in the world. But also, I did get a replaceable blade for a jigsaw, which I can use that. But speaking of eras where electricity may have been used in questionable ways, so this is a circuit. This is the thing you plug into an outlet. And you know what it does? It's an outlet extender. It is a two-pronged outlet extender on 3 sides. So you plug this side. So if my hand is the wall, you can plug in here, you can plug in here, and you can plug in here. That's what this thing is. Yeah, that's immediately going in the garbage. And that is immediately went into the garbage. Because there's fun, neat stuff in the world, like Like there's this. This is like an additional safety apparatus. And it's kind of just neat. And then there's stuff that's actually like genuinely dangerous to use, in which case it should go in the garbage immediately. Vintage Octopus, aka Headstar. Yes, Dad's old shop, you get it. That just needs to go into the garbage immediately. Laugh about its existence. Ooh, what do we got here? Ooh, Gauze Pass? Gauze Pass? Gauze Pass. Oh, holy smokes! Look at these things. Boom. Oh, man. Multifold. And I got like 5 of these. Ooh. These make great knee band-aids, which I really hope I don't end up with an injury that requires knee bandages that bad. Ooh, nice score. Oh man, like, so first box was $15. This box plus some more stuff was $8. I spent $8. Like, really good deal. Ooh, holy smokes! So this is woven gauze pads, 4x4, 100% cotton, 8 ply, but like, just so much. Like, man, between these gauze pads and some like flex bandage, I can put myself back together for the rest of my life with stuff like this. Now, granted, ideally, I don't put myself in situations where I have to put myself back together. That is unideal. Especially, I don't. As much as I like to talk about abusing my stream equipment, I really don't want to have to clean blood off of it. But yeah, like, also have just like tons of gauze. Ooh, gauze. Oh wait, even a little bit. Oh, I've got 6 of these. Hopefully that's stuff's at your estate sale. Yes. Well, actually, so the thing is, by then, this stuff will be expired. Like, really expired. Actually, wait a second. Yeah. So, this stuff's actually dated. So, this stuff was actually manufactured in 2023. Or at least this particular thing I'm holding. Which I do have the packing slip for this whole thing. So all this stuff is like only like 2 years old. So this is like, all this stuff is new. It's just I can't. If this stuff is at my estate sale, it's garbage. It's garbage. Ooh, what do we have here? Vials? Ooh. I mean, the adhesive starts to suck, but cotton gauze is probably fine for a long time. Dad's old shop. Look, I like to. I know I've talked about that I'm kind of an old soul and that I'm a little bit more advanced in years than the average youngin. Let's see, it's 2025. I'm planning to be around until at least 2060. At least 2060. This stuff is going to be expired by then, which it would be funny if the cotton gauze had an expiration date on it. Granted, one packet of this is like 4 yards. Wowzers. Okay, you know what? There's actually no expiration on this. There's no expiration on this. Ooh. Wait, what? This is not something you get in normal medical kits. Wait, is this all? Is this all? I have okay. What's in the mystery vials? It is sterile 0.09 normal. Oh, that's my timer. Okay, thanks, timer. But yeah, it's saline. It's sterile saline. For moistening absorbent wound... Okay, so it's used for moistening absorbent wound dressings and for moisturizing, debrining, and cleaning acute and chronic dermal lesions, such as stage 1 through 4 pressure ulcers, diabetic ulcers, foot ulcers, post-surgical wounds, first and second degree burns. Okay, first, second degree burns. I can use that. Cuts. Yep. Abrasions. Minor and skin irritations in... Huh. It's saline solution. Is it all saline? I mean, it's all in the same bag. I was thinking pressure ulcers and stuff. I have never seen this in any like medical kit that I have had in my entire life, and now I have like 5 vials of this stuff. Neat. Yeah. You get it. Yeah, the sterile part is the important part. But like, this is basically like as clean as you can get wound dressing. Cool. Also, I think it's really funny that some guy just literally just ordered like, ooh, is this open? Ah, this is open. This was open. But yeah, this, like, so I actually worked in a medical warehouse for a while. Oh my gosh, there's so much of this. So much gauze, man. Ah, man, I'm gonna be able to put myself back together for the rest of my life with the contents of this box. He may have been. Ooh. Maybe. But I mean, still, like, this is like hospital grade stuff. I do think it's kind of funny that just some person was like, hey, I'm gonna just buy a whole bunch of hospital grade, like, taking care of yourself stuff. But I mean, considering how much gauze and how much flex bandage I have, I'm definitely going to be adding a amendment to my work truck's first aid kit with this stuff, and also I will be making a first aid kit for the shop at some point, and it's going to include all these fun goodies. My house came with a hospital grade oxygen generator from the previous owner. See, that's one of the neat things that happens when you sometimes buy an old house, is like you just get this thing and you're just like, at first you're like what it is, and then you figure out what it is. So okay, I'm having a lot of fun. I'm having way too much fun not brewing beer. So but part of the fun of brewing beer is I've consumed beer, and beer wishes to leave me. So I'm going to throw the BRB. It was so hard to get rid of. Eventually someone came and yeah. And that's also another thing. It's a very niche appliance. Really hard to find someone to get it. But yeah. Yeah, I am getting really close to 2 hours into this stream, and I really have to use the little homesteaders room, so I'm going to use the little homesteaders room. I'll come back and we'll actually be doing more beer related stuff. So see you here in a few.
開催いたします。昨年度多くの不祥事を出し、角が欠ける程度の被害が出ている豆腐ハンバーグ問題につきまして、生ハゲ委員会主導のもと、大豆ダメ絶対キャンペーンを実施いたしまして、国民の鬼の皆様が間違えて摂取せんよう、こちらの方針にてお知らせしていきたいと考えております。
Okay, I'm back. And things have changed. Mash tun's here. The kettle's still there. And that's all for good reasons. Why do I do that to myself? Why do I grab things that are hot? And I shouldn't be doing that. Wow. Really need to stop doing that. That's a really bad habit of mine. Grabbing hot things. Which, by the way, I'm actually... Let's see. Can you kind of see it? Ah, yeah, you can kind of see it. But yeah, I burnt a little bit of my thumb. It was actually a fair amount of time ago. Not enough surfaces. Not enough. But yeah, I'm back. And I'm empty of liquids so that way I can slowly refill myself. But yeah. Mashing process. We're essentially done. So, I've got to crack open the lid. Woohoo! Also, by the way, if you brew beer at home, do understand, when you do this, you're going to make your entire house smell like hot cereal. That's just a thing that happens. It's just part of the, it's literally part of the process. Oh, there we go. Oh, too early for sailing cause. But yeah, ooh. The final temperature looks great. Oh yeah, okay. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So, temperature has been maintained fairly consistently all the way through. Our strike water is a wonderful and toasty over 180 degrees Fahrenheit. So, this can start to go into here, which I'm going to do because, also, by the way, this is for those who have never been around for one of these streams, congratulations, you're about to see me at my most awkward on stream, because I am about to engage in the brewing practice that's called recirculating the mash. Now, you might be asking, what is recirculating the mash entail? Simple. I take this ball valve, I open this ball valve a little bit, and I get a little bit of my, what at this point in time in the brewing process is called wort, flowing through that ball valve. And what's going to happen is, that wort is going to flow through that ball valve into this container, this lemonade pitcher looking thingamabob. And then I'm going to add it. I'm going to take this, put it into the mash tun, have more come out, put it back into the mash tun. And that's why it's called recirculating the wort. And there's reasons why we do this in brewing. I'm going to get to those reasons at a point in time when it's reasonable, when it's a little bit more reasonable for me to explain them. But for now, I'm going to be adding strike water to the mash tun. Now, granted, this cup is only a 2-cup measuring device, so I can only do so much at a time. However, though, And so here we go. This is it. This is worked. This is essentially what is the foundation of beer. As you can see, has a bit of a color to it. That's a good thing. But what you may or may not can see is there's floaty bits of grain in there. Floaty bits of the various malt from the mash tun. What we do when we recirculate the wort is we pull wort from the bottom, add it to the top, and what happens is in all this area of the mash tun, we produce a filter bed of our grain. And what that filter bed does is it filters out all the small bits, because we want to keep all the small bits out of the brew kettle. This part right here, this big metal stainless steel pot that can hold up to 8 gallons. Switch up and back in. And then so you might be noticing that I have a plastic pitcher in one hand and this clear cup glass in another. I do this for a reason. Reasons are, 1, the plastic pitcher is large and holds lots of fluid. And then the glass one is glass, is clear on all sides, and it allows me to be able to look into my wort and see how many floaty bits I have. Which already it's looking very clean. Which I'm not used to it looking this clean this early, so I don't want to get too optimistic, but this part might be happening a bit quicker than I originally intended. Okay, that's getting kind of heavy. What? Shut. Back in. So, with more water going in, we're definitely getting a lighter color, definitely getting a color that's a little bit more appropriate for a pale ale. And I'm definitely looking at my thing, and I'm looking for floaty bits. I do see some floaty bits. They're small though, which is good. Small floaty bits are the best. Well, technically they're not, because they're harder to filter out, but it's better than having larger imperfections in the beer. Because we want to keep our solids to a minimum. Which I'm getting towards the end of the amount of water I'm able to take out with my measuring cup. So, shaw. Woo! Mash tun's looking full. So we analyze. And I do see floaty bits. Damn shame. But yeah. We were definitely leaking a little bit of water, but not a whole lot. But yeah. Granted, as always, have some water when you're drinking your beer. Because the thing with water is, it refreshes your palate for the next sip of beer. Because the human palate works off contrasting flavors. And that helps you get more enjoyment out of your beer. Now, also, I do not have as much support under my mash tun, and I'm getting a little bit nervous about that. Especially considering my mash tun has 8 gallons. Well, nearly 9 gallons, actually. of deliciousness in it. And this is at a point where a spillage would be very bad. Be a very undesirable outcome. And go ahead, turn that off. Make sure we get no more drippy drips because actually if you at this point in time where you got drippy drip. Okay. If you taste the liquid, it has a very sweet flavor to it. And that's because there's lots of sugar in there. Ideally there should be lots of sugar in there. If there was not lots of sugar, that would be a problem. Do I just keep putting things in places where I forget I put them? Let's see here. Let me just like look back at myself in OBS. Oh yeah, I am a VTuber. Yeah, I'm practically obligated to be this cringe. Okay. And there we go. That has my brew kettle empty. I need to get my gloves off, especially because one of these gloves. I really love my goatskin gloves, but last stream, the potato cooking stream, I set my Dutch oven on my glove, and it burned it. And the thing is, what happens with these goat leather gloves is they shrink in response to a lot of heat. So it shrunk, and it's a smaller glove, which, for those who must know, my hands are obnoxiously large. Oh, and the best thing about that oh no was I found out like an hour after I made the oh no. Yo, my left one shrunk to the blacksmith. Yeah, that's the thing with the goatskin gloves is they shrink. Well, that's granted, that might be any like leather. Ooh, it's flowing quickly. Ooh, I gotta be quick. Jeepers creepers. There we go. But yeah, color's getting a lot lighter, which is fine because I actually want a lighter color for pale ale. Now, if this was like an Oktoberfest, like what I brewed last weekend, maybe a little bit too light. But I'm gonna turn my ball valve a little bit more off. Chop. And but yeah, I think we're getting really close. But yeah, this is with the style of setup I have. This is like the hardest. This is like the hardest step. I was using them as an extra layer and grabbed something that was way harder than I thought. I was fine. See, and good for you. Good for you for having that extra layer of defense. Now, if it was me doing some blacksmithing, honestly, I probably would just be working with welding gloves. Now, granted, I do love welding gloves. It's just like a general purpose glove. Welding gloves are pretty solid, fine glove. Wow. Okay. Ooh, I love that color. I love that color so much. I love that color. And most. Oh man, I splashed word on my face. How dare I do that to myself? How dare I get sticky substance on my face like that? Okay. So we're I'm really close to being happy with. I am with the word. Welding gloves are okay, but they don't have excellent point. Excellent point. Don't give much manual dexterity. I only use them for bulk metal movement on simple pieces. There we go. And woo! But yeah, excellent points. Excellent points on the welding gloves. And I actually agree with those. Welding gloves are great, but the dexterity is garbage. Why is my entire life spent in the search for more surfaces? My entire life is spent in the search for more surfaces. Okay. So, since I have a little bit of a spray out, I always like to... Granted, this is probably not the smartest thing in the world to do. Always like to add a little bit of vinyl tubing to it. So that way, when it breaks surface tension a bit lower in the thing. Let's see. We'll get that centered. There we go. Now that proceeds to do its thing for a while. I'm going to wait for it to hit the 1 gallon mark. And once it hits the 1 gallon mark, then I get to turn on the burner again. And flame on. The sweet, sweet joys of rotten egg smells from propane. Okay. Okay, so we're at a fairly momentous period of time in this brew. And with that, I want to have something. Now, this is a try for me. This is a try. This is new. So this is West 6 Brewing's Caramel Apple. It is a semi-sweet, hard apple cider with cinnamon. And if you people must know something about the Sugi Yamagawa, he loves cinnamon. I love cinnamon. I love cinnamon. Cinnamon is a must in my oatmeal. Like, the idea of having oatmeal without cinnamon is sacrilegious to me. Woo! Ooh, it smells really good. It smells good. Let's see here. Oh. Wow. Okay, first off, they weren't kidding. The caramel flavor really comes through strong. I would personally prefer the caramel flavor to be a little bit more on the, let's say, mild side versus as strong as it was, but it had also a nice cinnamon kick to it. Granted, we all know, well, us 90s kids grew up with, well, it's probably not an exclusive 90s kid thing, but, like, I'm sure a lot of kids grew up with cinnamon in their applesauce. And cinnamon is a peak flavoring for applesauce. Wow. I'm not sure if I would call this perfect, but this is good. This is good. This is really good. Like, which is strange because I'm Like, I am not a fan of caramel popcorn. I am not a huge fan of caramel flavors in general, even though I have caramel malt in my beer right now. But this tastes like caramel, and I don't hate it. Like, I like it. Like, I actually like the. I like the. I, holy smokes! I like caramel. Man, it's good. Now, I did buy this for a reason, and that is my sister hates beer. Well, doesn't necessarily hate beer, doesn't care for it, which is fine. But she is a cider fan. And I saw this, and I was like, I think my sister might like that. And I'm going to see her on Thursday next week. So I'm going to bring some of that to her house and see how she thinks of it. I'm really interested in getting her opinions on that. Because here in Kentucky, we used to have, in kind of my region, we used to have 2 cideries. One of them closed. So we're down to just 1 cidery, which is kind of a sad that we don't have a lot of cideries. But if other people don't want to make cider, there's a VTuber right here who can make alcohol. Yeah. But yeah, I am planning a cider making stream eventually. It's probably not going to be till October. Because I found an apple orchard that actually has good, reasonable cider apples. But the thing is, those apples don't come in until October, so I'm going to have to wait until October to go get those apples, bring those apples back to the homestead, and then I can make some cider. Which is a game plan. This is a game plan. There's going to be plenty of alcohol shenanigans in the future. Man, that's just really refreshing. That's good. Wow. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Oh. Okay. So, this brew day is based around homegrown hops. I haven't taken them out of the refrigerator yet, so give me a moment. I need to go grab some hops. Oh my god, sorry. That's great to it. Oh no, don't give me Sir, don't give me ideas. I already have. Okay, so personally I consider it a joke. Wait, yes, that's a great name. Oh no. So there's a joke going between me and my friends. So I've been brewing beer since 2017. I have a fair bit of experience with this. I'm not a high-level expert, but I know what I'm doing. My friends want me to open a microbrewery and name it Doki Doki Brewing. And the number of times that the meme of Doki Doki Brewing has come up has been far too many times Now, granted, I haven't done the best job of pushing back on this. Granted, I actually sounds like a great place. No. But yeah, and arguably the greatest contribution I have made to. I prefer to call this a meme versus a serious business venture because I know where all the responsibility for this business venture is going to fall upon, and it's going to fall upon this dingus right here. Would go there if it was open. Oh no. But the biggest contribution I've made to the whole like idea concept of Doki Doki Brewing has been the name of the flagship IPA. And the name of the flagship IPA would be the Kizuna IPA. And yeah, yes, I'm sorry, I like puns. I'm old, I like puns. But yeah, Doki Doki Brewing is probably never going to become a thing, but man, boy oh boy, do my friends love to pressure me into the idea of, hey buddy, you should... It's a pretty good pun. Oh gosh. Oh, okay. Soury sour. Oh no! Now that Edsel Chop's helping. Please don't help. Okay. So, for those who are not familiar with the brewing process, what is about to happen is probably the most important. Well, there are a lot of things I can do. There's a lot of ways messes can happen. Splashes happen. Things could be spilled. The biggest mess that can possibly happen in brewing in general, but also in home brewing, especially in home brewing, is what is making sure the event known as hot break occurs well, not necessarily flawlessly, but well. So, as you can see, my brew kettle has now been covered in a layer of foam. This layer of foam will gradually thicken to the point where, actually, I can take that off now. That's actually gonna help break up that layer of foam that I'm currently deeply worried about. I am very deeply worried about that. Because what's basically going to happen is a boil is going to happen. Some of the boil is going to produce foam. Some of the boil is going to want to break through the foam. It is this guy's job to make sure this does not boil over. Because it's very, very easy for this to boil over. And I don't want it to boil over because this is water with a whole bunch of sugar in it. It makes a sticky mess. And if anyone has ever had to clean up a big sticky mess, it is not fun. Not fun. Don't want to clean up a mess. Which is why this stainless steel kettle is going to get watched like a hawk. And I'm going to have my handy dandy stir stick at the ready. But start stirring this thing like mad. And then I also have to prep my... Not only do I have to weigh out my hops for my first hop edition, and this hasn't gotten out of hand. Where are you? Where are you? Doko, 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 doko. There you are. Do I want to use this? It is kind of dirty. I'm gonna use this. because I can. So I have a brew bag. This is a bag. It's gonna hold all the hops because, which don't showcase the hops. But here's the hops. Here's the hops, everyone. These are homegrown hops. I grew these hops, man. I see what you're doing. But yeah, homegrown hops. As you can see, there's a lot more fluff. There's a lot more duff. And I have to use a mesh bag, usually a cheesecloth bag, to contain the mess for when I want to extract the liquid from everything else. So I want to keep those hops out of the beer when I go into the fermenter. Okay, cider, give me strength. Wow. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to ask my sister if she likes caramel flavored stuff. Because if she does, I'm gonna be like, I'm bringing you some cider, ma'am. Wow. Oh gosh, this liquid has gotten up to 6 gal. I have used an overflowing abundance of wort. You know what? Speaking of sisters, she just shared a reel with me. Oh no, is this about edible plants again? It's probably about edible plants. No. Wait. I see. Okay, so she shared a reel with me. Oh, it's just in the trees. Oh no, don't share with just in the trees with me. I'm obsessed with, well, I'm just generally obsessed with trees. And when I see other people being obsessed with trees, I'm like, oh, my people. But yeah, as you can see, the layer of foam will thicken. It will thicken to the point where you will basically have a smooth surface of foam, other than the point where the wort dropping in. Oh, the wort dropping in actually makes for a bit of a gap. Is there any sugar in this? Yep, there's definitely sugar. So, as long as we have stuff from here going into here, we're adding sugar to the wort. Now, so this is supposed to be a 5-gallon-ish batch of beer. As you can see, our wort level is a little bit higher than that. Well, here's the thing. This thing is going to get boiled for a full hour. Another reason why I started the stream as early as I did. Because, yeah, this takes a while. Granted, I am going to slowly back off that ball valve just because I want to constrain my flow. Because I'm waiting for this to get to the point where this really starts to boil. And I think I'm at probably a good 6.5 gallons, which is pretty high. I usually don't get this high. Granted, when I made Oktoberfest last weekend, I didn't use enough strike water. I was a little bit lacking on strike water. And it seems like today I overused strike water. So I'm just going to be constraining the amount of stuff going in. And that's kind of what this turns into at this point is you have a thing you have to watch. And you have to watch it very, very closely. Like, you cannot... This is not a thing you can just take your eyes off of. Because if I take my eyes off this, it's going to foam up and I'll get a boil over. And once I get a boil over, then I get a very sticky mess I have to clean up. Would like to avoid that outcome. So this is kind of the point in the brewing process where It's not as boring as the mash, but because you have to watch this as closely as you do, there is an element of boringness to it, but admittedly for me, there's no way getting around it. All I can do is sit back, sip cider, and wait for shenanigans to unfold. Which I would really appreciate if they would unfold at a reasonable point in time, but it's being kind of delayed because I have a large amount of liquid in here, and the more liquid you have, the longer it takes for it to reach boil. Which I'm just going to cut this off. Because I have a lot of... This is a lot of liquid. Because I bought this kettle. This is... So, to the top, it's 8 gallons. It's meant for 5-gallon batches of beer. As long as I'm doing full batches. Now, theoretically, I can do some extra mashing, mash out, and I could dilute it up to more beer. That is a way to brew. Believe it or not, the reason why so many big macro lagers taste like they've been watered down is because they have. They're typically brewed at double strength, and then they're watered down by half. The reason for that is you can get more throughput. You can brew more beer with less equipment. Is one of the big reasons why they do that. It's also slightly more efficient to brew like that. So, when you're a company and you have shareholders that care about how the quarters go, you care very deeply about how much utility you can get out of your malt, your hops, your grain, your water, all that stuff. So a lot of the big breweries care very deeply about those various things. So, as you can see, I've cut off the flow of liquid going into the thing. And now, you can see, my thing is foaming up immensely. And starting to spill over. Don't spill over too much. Come on. And then I'm going to turn it down. And this is basically what hot break is. This is the most pain in the butt thing to do. Oh. And this is why it's called hot break. Is the the boil will actually start to woo. But yeah. I'm working with a lot of liquid. I'm really glad I turned off the amount of liquid I was throwing at this. Come on. Come on, here. Come on, buddy. Behave, behave, behave. Because the thing is, once it gets going, it's usually pretty self-sustaining. But I've got this really full of wort. I have this full of way too much wort. Come on. Come on. You're almost there. You're almost there. Can we get there? Can we get there? Can we get to the magical point where the boil just self-sustains itself and I don't have... And this is a very hot, sticky mess. Woo! But yeah. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! There's a whirlpool of... the joys of spending an afternoon hanging over a boiling cauldron of doom. Sweet, sweet joys of a... Yeah! But yeah, this is hot break. Also, I do have my kettle very full of work right now, so it's being a little bit more troublesome than it normally is. Granted. There we go. So as you can see, the stir has stopped doing stuff. And now the boil is starting to self-sustain itself. Like the force of the boil is keeping the foam at bay. The force of the boil is keeping the foam at bay. That's when you truly achieve hot break. And then that's the point where we can start worrying about adding hops. And with that, what? Hey, no. But see, it foams over, and then the boil breaks it. Which still need quite a bit of stirring. Still think I need to turn it down. But it sounds like it's pretty... Sounds like my flame levels are pretty low right now. So I'm gonna dip my cheesecloth in. Go ahead and we'll get this going. Yeah. Because this is a very... Woo! Okay. I got the cheesecloth going. Oil seems to be doing okay. Now, I have to... Sorry, but I'm going to have to do this part off camera. And I'm still watching you. I'm still watching you. Okay. And that is, I have to grab... Ah, come on! So that should be a portion of my hops. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So if I refill this again... There we go. Oh, hey you. Behave. Behave, beer. Enjoying the content, man. Keep it up. Oh, thank you. But yeah, this is the joys of working with your own hops. Is that they don't? So these are, so technically speaking, these are called. These are called whole hops. So you're basically working with like, essentially, whole hops. All the leafy goodness. And the thing is, if I'm working with pelletized, I won't bother with a cheesecloth bag to keep the hops out of the beer. But with these style of hops, it is very important to contain them, because when I go to pull the wort out later, this valve, my ball valve down here will get stuck. Well, it'll get filled up with hop, with what, it's not hop leaves, it's hop cones. That stuff. So that's roughly, which granted, I have a lot of this stuff. I'll just throw a little bit extra. A little bit extra. So, for those who are not in the know of how hops and brewing and all that various stuff works, these are called the bittering hops. These are the hops that are going to get you your bitter flavors. And then I'm going to just work on incorporating this. And they're called bittering hops because these are the hops that spend the most amount of time in contact with the wort during the boil. So we got a good boil going. For now, I'm fully expecting me to have to change out my propane canister today, but hey, if I get a whole boil out of this, great! Which, speaking of full boil, I need to set a timer. So I need to go back to my handy dandy timer app. And sure. So I'm going to set a timer for 1 hour. And that timer is going to be for how long this boils. Reasons why the boil happens for an hour. Reason number 1, sanitization. I want to sanitize all the various good stuff. I want to make sure there's no bugaboos, if you will, in the wort. Also, in order for the bittering compounds in the hops to essentially dissolve into the wort, they need to be under boil for a prolonged period of time. Those are words. There we go. Granted, I'm 2.5 hours into this, and this is like my second. Now, this isn't technically a brewski. This is a cider I have here. But hey, doing well. And so far, the GoPro's camera battery is holding up. Because when I did the Lego building stream, which this stream is almost as long as that one, the GoPro was almost about to die. Do you make the cider as well? Nope. The cider was so I don't have any homebrew on me right now, but the cider was from Wessex Brewing. It's a caramel apple. It's a semi-sweet hard cider with cinnamon. It's pretty good. Now the real question is if I give it to my sister, does she think it's good? Now, she's a cider fan, but I'm not sure if it's exactly the type of cider she would like. But if she likes it, then it's sweet. But I am planning on making a cider. It's just in order for me to make cider, I need apples. And I need specific varieties of apples. And those specific variety of apples are not ripe until October. So I'm kind of in a holding pattern, but there will be a day in October, the wonderful spook month, where rather than make beer, I'll make cider. But that's an eventuals. That's not a now, but it's in the pipeline. It's a plan. Now, granted, I could also get to the apple orchard and they'd just be like, yeah, we don't all those apples, something like bad happened to them and we don't have those apples anymore. That can definitely happen. I really hope that doesn't happen. Because I really would like to actually make cider. Because I've never made cider before. Most of my experiences with beer. And then I've got basically 2 batches of blackberry wine. I have 1 batch that's bottled from last year. It's still bottle aging. And then I have a bottle of blackberry wine that's currently actively fermenting. Hey, let's go. Is there any crossover between making cider and making beer? So alcohol making is basically getting yeast and being like, oh, and telling the yeast to go, hey, there's some sugar over there, go turn that into alcohol. With brewing, there's more steps. There's actually a lot more steps. Because in beer brewing, you have a mash tun, which is what, for me, in my setup, that's what this big orange container is. This is my mash tun. This is where the mashing happens, and this is also where the starch from the grain gets converted into sugar. So this is basically where sugar happens. What's happening in my kettle is I'm basically taking the various hops and I'm having the hops get all the fun chemicals from the hops getting converted into the beer. Also, this sterilizes the mixture. Cider making with cider apples, the apples already have sugar in them. They don't have starch. That's why apples just taste so good. It's a fruit. You can just juice them. And that's also kind of like the thing with like cider is you take juice, you add yeast, you wait, you have cider. Cider is a lot more straightforward. It's a lot more straightforward of a process than what I'm doing today. Today is a process. There are steps. The steps must be respected. Because if you don't respect the steps, you're going to have a mess on your hands. Which, granted, I'm already at the point where I have kind of a mess on my hands, but this is at least at the level I can manage. But yeah, I've got a little bit of wort left in my mash tun, and since I have an overflowing abundance of hops, I think I'm going to be a little bit generous with the amount of wort I have going here, but that's... I also have to be very, 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 very careful for boil overs, because we've had a little bit of that, nothing terrible, but less is more when it comes to boil overs. Less is very much more when it comes to boil overs. Which, granted, I have a great deal of thoughts I need to have, because the thing is, I have this boil happening. So right now, the boil's stable. I don't have to be like too actively managing it. And so when you're doing a brew day, you kind of have two big periods of there's not a lot to do. Period number one is mashing. Mashing is you have grain and hot water sitting in a container while chemical reactions happen. And you just gotta wait to have those chemical reactions happen. And then, once again, we're at the point where we have our ingredients in a container and chemical reactions are happening. So, I don't have too much cider left. I'm gonna work on finishing this. And then my plan is to crack open a different thing, a different brew. And then maybe I'm running out of surfaces, which is always the biggest thing I run out of, the surfaces, but that's fine. But yeah, I still have one more thing to go through from my various running around of estate sales earlier today. I got one last goodie bag. And then once I go through that goodie bag, then I'm done. And there we go. But yeah, I got a whole bunch of medical supplies, which is great. Because I actually need to have I need to put together a first aid kit for the garage. Which I'm not sure how normal of a thing it is, but in my experience growing up as a human being, most of the first aid thingamajigs go in the bathroom closet, which is where most of my first aid stuff is right now. But to be able to have like a first aid kit down here where I play with power tools would be a nice bonus. So let me get... Here we go. So I've got... Actually, wait a second. I should fix that. We're brewing beer, man! How dare I not have alcohol? How dare I not have alcohol while I'm making alcohol? So, next brew. I have the handy dandy Oktoberfest Stein because it's the season, and also because I'm having Paulner. Yeah, Paulner Oktoberfest beer. I got this from Costco. I like Costco. In case anyone doesn't know, I just want to make that abundantly clear. I like Costco. Ciao. And there we go. Cheers. No foam. No great amounts of foam. You're not allowed to do that. You're literally not allowed to do that. I am sure there are people who don't like Oktoberfest. Well, actually, you know what? My sister's probably one of those people. Because she just doesn't like beer. But if you like beer, you should also like Oktoberfest. That's a personal opinion of mine. Okay. Time for the last goodie bag. So, last goodie bag. Oh wow, the zipper's actually over here. So, now I think I dumped... Yep. So this goodie bag plus the box from earlier, I paid $8 for. So, and now we do contain a lot more of medical stuff. It's very rolled gauze. Wait. Come here, Tupperware container of gauze and good stuff. Sorry, I'm going to be extracting a lot of band-aids, which, depending on how things go, I'm actually I think I might actually like make a first aid kit with chat. I got a jet, but it was dope catching the stream, man. We'll catch you on the next one. Okay, cool. Well, you have a good day, Captain Cocoa Puff. I'm gonna have a good day making beer. First aid, non-stick pads. Add to the first aid kit, the first aid Tupperware. You stop, please. Granted, I'm not making my case any easier by essentially continuing to add liquid to it, which I'm gonna really cut that down. Woo! Okay, time for some beer. But yeah, very themed around medical stuff. Very themed around medical. Well, granted, so actually, when I bought the box, so the whole box was like all medical stuff, and it was all like the big medical stuff. It was all like big bandages of stuff. There was basically this whole Tupperware container of other first aid stuff, and this Tupperware container of first aid stuff was sitting off to the side in the kitchen, and they basically threw this at me and was like, hey, we'll throw this entire Tupperware container of first aid stuff for like $3. And it's like, well, I'm spending $5, $3 on top of that's nothing. Let's go for it. So here's what's this. Tape, cloth tape. Johnson & Johnson. So apparently this is a cloth tape product? I imagine you... okay, so you lift that up and you got some cloth. That's like a tape that you use to tape yourself back together. Neateroonie. Guys, I bought a shower curtain. I didn't know about a shower curtain today. But I bought a shower curtain today. So this is actually very important. So, and the reason why this is very important is this is hard evidence that people keep their medical stuff in their bathroom closet. That's what this is. That's what this is. It's proof of that. It's proof of that. Now we got elastic bandage, good stuff, standard fabric bandage. Love the color. I mean, yeah, it's pretty standard, nice blue color. Like if you had like a more like sea-themed bathroom, you're not allowed to hiss. Granted, you want to hiss. I know you want to hiss. That's just how you are. And that's just how it's gonna go. But granted, I do like this. I do like this. So have the finger. So these are called fingertip bandages. These are very nice to have. So that's some of the stuff that I got here. But I also have 50% isopropyl alcohol. So, and the funny thing about this is, once upon a time, I was looking for some isopropyl alcohol to clean my... So, isopropyl alcohol is really good for cleaning electronics. I also have to clean like the port, the charging port on my phone every so often. I was looking for I thought I had a thing of isopropyl alcohol like this. Also, stop hissing. Please. And thank you. But I was looking for some isopropyl alcohol and couldn't find it. Now, I have isopropyl alcohol if I want to clean some electronic thingamajig. And the thing is, like, this is, some people might go, oh, that's not a lot of stuff. Me, this is enough to take care of me for like probably like 3 years, unless I get hurt a lot. Granted, actually, I don't even have to worry about using this as a wound cleaner, because I have wound cleaner. I have sterile wound cleaner, so. But isopropyl alcohol is good for sanding wood, and I haven't used. Okay, that's so good for wound care, actually. Now, here's the thing. I won't use it for like resin printing, but sanding wood? How dare you give me things that I have to look into? I have to take time out of my life to do research. Please stop hissing. But yeah. And I think that's pretty much the end of the medical stuff, because we have the fun bucket, which the biggest thing in the fun bucket is this thing. Haha! It's a mason jar. But the mason jar contains, you use it before your final grit. Interesting. Because I know some people will, because I'm aware of the practice of taking a spray bottle, and before you use your final grit, take the spray bottle, fill it with water, and you'll use it to spray your wood. And the reason you do that is because you want the water to go into the wood. It swells up the fibers and will cause them to pop, basically like emerge above the surface a little bit, and then you can like sand them down and go for it that way. I'm aware of that application. I'm not actually, this is actually the first time I'm hearing about it for like isopropyl alcohol, but hey, you know what? Have a little bit of it. I'm willing to try it. But I have here a whole mason jar. Well, not a whole mason jar, but a good chunk of mason jar of these green painted of all things. So these are 1-inch roofing screws with 1/4-inch caps. And I bought these thinking like, hey, I got a good stock of roofing screws with this. And yes, I have a good stock of roofing screws now with this. I'm very happy to have this. Because I'm basically always on the hunt for roofing screws because they're kind of pricey. So this was a really good find for today. I also like the fact they're green. I like the color green, so. And also, they're not going to stay in this jar. I'm going to change the jar out at some point. But hey, I got a mason jar. Which, by the way, you guys are going to be seeing a lot more mason jars next week. This is the only mason jar you're seeing today, but you're going to see a lot more next week. Heads up. And then, in the epitome of stuff I buy at estate sales, because it's just seemingly a good idea to buy at an estate sale. Sorry, I gotta give this a stir. Actually, what's my time? Oh, okay. Oops. Doing pretty good there. Okay. My final purchase was a bucket of brushes. We got 1, 2, 3. What's this? Paintbrush? Oh. But yeah, I got like 5 brushes in this bucket. And yeah, that's the final thing. And here's the thing. Like, am I going to use this today? No. Am I going to use it tomorrow? No. Am I going to use it within the year? Probably a solid maybe. So that's actually a really big thing that I try to look for in estate sales. Is I try to look for stuff that's like, ooh, I could, like, this is like a semi-disposable thing that I could use for like projects. But yeah, like, I gotta say, like, it was a good day for estate sailing. Between the sheer amount of fasteners I got from, because the second one was just like fastener heaven, which admittedly, those 15, I paid $15 for that, and that probably paid for all my concrete anchors I bought, and then I got a whole bunch of like deck screws and other accessory screws from that. Good score. But the fact I paid $8 and I got what is essentially this box of goodies plus all this medical stuff to make another like kit, another first aid kit for the garage. There's probably going to be a day where I'm thankful for that decision. Hopefully it's no time soon, but hopefully I'll have it, I'll be able to use it, and it'll be good. But I'm thinking about reusing this good old Cascade Platinum Plus Tupperware container for that. It's big, it's deep, it has a lot of room. I think this will be a good container just because, like, hey, it's a wood shop. There's sawdust everywhere. But yeah, I'm excited for the future. Also got some fun stuff. But yeah, that isopropyl alcohol trick, I might have to look into that. I am definitely gonna have to look into that. And let's see here. We are nearing the halfway point in our boil. Not a whole lot of exciting stuff. Hot. 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 I don't think I can say hot enough. I need more surfaces. I am desperate for surfaces. Okay. So I got that. That's the fermenter, by the way. Let me grab second bucket. Second bucket! And then we got that going. And I'm going to cover that. And now I'm going to grab the mash tun. So, when I go to cool this, I'm going to insert what's called a wort chiller. It's going to extract heat from this, and I'm going to dump that heat into some water. I need a receptacle for that water. So, let's see here. I'm going to get this a little bit more of a view. But yeah, it's usually at this point in the boil when I try to make a point to clean out my mash tun. So, right there, see how there's like a fine gray mist? That's all the floaty bits that accumulated on the top from when I recirculated the wort. So as you can see, the rest of the grain has like a brown color to it, while what is basically the surface has a gray color. That's the results of recirculating the wort. And that gray stuff is stuff you keep out of this container. It's better to keep the gray stuff in this container versus that container. Hey, yeah. Welcome to Brewing, where your life is just doing a thing, waiting a while, doing a thing, waiting a while, and then doing lots of cleaning. It's just how this goes. Now, granted, I was really wondering if my GoPro was actually going to last the whole stream, and it might last the whole stream. So, good on you, GoPro. I was not expecting that result out of you, but cheers. Wow. I can still get like hints of the caramel from the cider I had in the Stein. Good stuff. Absolutely good stuff. But yeah, this actually turned out pretty dry. I was expecting a little bit moisture because I usually let it run for a pretty good amount of time to like get all the liquid, all the sugar out of it as I can. But I'm doing pretty good. I did pretty good. Okay. So you can kind of see. So you can kind of see I have a strainer in here. That strainer is to keep the grains in the mash tun versus come out. So what I do at this point is I do some shaking. Now you can see the strainer a lot more, kind of. Not really, but kind of. It's better now, but still not great. But what I do is I just basically do a little bit of shaking. And the shaking, I try to get all that malt, all that grain off to one side. Getting it all off to one side makes it a much easier job to clean up. Wow. Sweet. Ooh. Ooh. You know what? That's how you want to come out. I'm not opposed to that. So, normally, I get the coupling out. I'm not getting the coupling out. Oh! Oh! Okay, I wasn't expecting to end up with this. Okay. That's fine. Stay, don't fall down. Please don't fall down. I don't want you to fall down. Okay. I'm gonna get this cleaned out. Let's see. I need to check after I get this cleaned out, I need to check my time. Because once we get to the end here, things are going to get, well, as we get closer to the end, things are going to start to pick up pace a little bit. Okay. Ah! 3. It's warm. Okay. Kind of get that cleaned off a little bit. There's nothing I have to wipe my hands on other than my shorts. Okay. So there's still about a half hour left in the boil. There's a half hour left there. I'm going to work on drinking a beer because once I get this beer done, I'm going to go ahead and take my last bathroom break. Because hey, we're over 3 hours into the stream and I've had one bathroom break. I'd say I'm doing pretty alright. Am I doing perfect? No. Am I doing alright? Certainly yes. Man, it's been a good day. It's been a really good day. I'm still debating whether or not I build a first aid kit with chat, but I don't think I will go quite that far. Just because I really wish to evaluate what I have and also how the container I wish to use is designed, because it has lots of depth, but I wish for things to be very accessible. So I'm probably going to have some stuff on the bottom, probably like big gauze, whereas the top is probably going to be predominantly large band-aids. I think. I don't know. I might do something along the lines of, let's see here. Let's get a demonstration going. So what I might do is I might have gauze. Sorry. I have to lock this because I'm getting it kind of close to the container and there's still a hair bit of soap left. Should be on the top. No. We're not worried about eye wash. We're not going to worry about eye wash. Wait, that's not the perfect size thing, but let's grab you. But yeah, generally speaking, general design. I keep dropping. Keep dropping things. There, it's clipped. There we go. But something like this, where it's like, okay, this is the first thing I'm gonna need in case of a whoops-a-doodles. Whoops-a-doodles, I need gauze. Then after I take gauze out and use gauze, then I need thing to hold gauze in place. That is my thought. That is my thought on how to structure this in such a way where this is in one spot, this is in another spot. And then if I don't need gauze, I can take the gauze out and then I can have a section of band-aids, which is probably, I think that's the method I'm going to use. I think I'm going to gear this more towards big whoopsies, or because if it's a minor whoopsies, well, actually, if I can take care of it with I'll keep standard band-aids in there. But if I need anything more than a standard band-aid, well, I'll also have the gauze and the wrap. That's more than enough to take care of the stuff. But I mean, honestly, big whoopsies, gauze and wrap is the best things to have. Best things to have. Because in the big whoopsie, your first and foremost concern is limiting the amount of blood you're losing. And that's going to be my concern, is limiting the amount of blood I'm losing. I don't want to lose blood. Because, well, The Red Cross wants their share, and I suppose I might as well give them their fair share. Because I'm nice like that, I suppose. Okay. Look, the amount of times the Red Cross. So earlier this week, I was getting calls from the the contact on my phone was Red Cross. First 2 times I ignored it because I know the Red Cross likes to call me and beg me for blood. But usually when they call me, it's not, my phone doesn't flag it as Red Cross. And then the next day they called me again, so I answered. And yeah, they just were like, "Hey, we would really, really appreciate it if you would donate platelets." And I'm like, I have no interest in. It's like Red Cross. Look, I don't dislike you guys, but I am a hyperactive 35-year-old man, and I can't sit still long enough to donate platelets. They called me about, they really want platelet donors badly. They want platelet donors badly. Now, granted, historically, I've gotten calls about it, but this is like the first time. They seem to be a little bit more aggressive now about their reaching out, per se. But yeah. But they called about that. But the thing is, because I gave blood last month, and one of the sort of things with a blood donation last month was you get a diabetes test done. I think it's like an A2U, an A1U. Pretty big bonuses for platelets too. Yeah. But there's no place close enough to me that makes it feasible for me. Okay. Well, first off. I see. Yeah. They offered to do that. There you go. There it is. That's Old Shop is the man. The A1C. So since this was kind of like the first time they were like, my phone was flagging it as a Red Cross number, I thought they were calling me about my A1C and gonna be like, "Oh, hey buddy, you're about to die soon." Nope, they just wanted to just be like, "Hey buddy, we would really, really, really appreciate it if you would donate platelets." And I'm like, I don't want to donate platelets. Can I just do whole blood? I just want to do whole blood, man. Like, come on. This is America. This is where I participate in making sure other people have health stuff, but I don't actually get health stuff in return. My color guide was still pretty cool, thankfully. Okay. That's good. Because mine was definitely very much on the, we would really, really, really appreciate it. Because when I turned down the platelet donation, they were like, "Hey, we would like to schedule you for your next whole blood." And I'm like, you're telling me I'm eligible in October. The month is September. And I haven't even planned out September yet. And you're wanting me to commit to stuff in October? Like, generally speaking, as far as like blood donations are concerned, I do take it fairly reasonably seriously. Like, I do want to like make sure because you can only do it 6 times a year. I do want to get my 6 donations in a year. But boy, oh boy, does this guy not like committing to things. Granted, I nearly pushed stream back by like 15 minutes, and now I actually managed to make it work, and now I'm very thankful. I made it work, and now this means I'm 15 minutes closer to finishing, because it's been 3 hours and some odd amount of minutes. But let's see here. Okay, so my timer says I have 17 minutes left. My bladder says I don't have I don't have enough of stream left in me to not take a bathroom break, so I'm going to take a bathroom break right quick. I'm also going to wash my hands because I got some sticky stuff on them. Oh yeah, because I got to do. Oh man, things are about to get real exciting. I have to take a bathroom break now because, well, there's more process to be done. And I'm back, and with a beer, and things are about to get very exciting because there's things that need to happen. There's actually a good deal of things that need to happen. First and foremost, I need to add some hops to this, but to do that, I have to weigh them out first. So, well, weigh them out's a loose term. There we go. That's a half an ounce of hops. Now that's half an ounce. I want to add just another half ounce. And I have a lot of hops left. Because that's the thing. That's the thing with this beer. This is the homebrew beer with homegrown hops. We're going to be generous with our servings of hops. So I'm hitting this with 1.5 ounces of hops at this point in time. So that is the first step of many that I have to worry about. Second step is getting this filler. This is called the wort chiller. This big copper coil I have here, it's a wort chiller. Ideally, I hey everyone, I brewed beer a few times. I stopped because I drank too much. Fair. Which actually, speaking from my experience, this is why I only bottle beer. I've been very tempted to invest in a kegerator style setup, but I refuse to do so because I know if I get a kegerator, I know I will not be able to limit myself on my beer consumption, which is why I don't have that. But yeah, we get the wort chiller. We dip the wort chiller through the sanitizing solution a little bit. Helps clean it up a little bit. The growing off hops is fascinating. Yes! Yeah, we're just gonna do this number. We're just gonna do this number for now. That's the minute loop. And I also have that bandage there. Here. But yeah, growing hops is great. For the most part. Reasonably. As far as doing it yourself, the biggest to-dos is awesome setup. Oh, thank you. But yeah, with growing hops, the biggest to-dos is 1, setting up all the trellises. Followed up by number 2, biggest task. Actually harvesting the hops, because I literally grow just enough hops to make 1 batch of beer per year. That's my goal. The reason that's my goal is this is as far as I wish to go with growing my own hops. If I can get a batch of beer out of hops I grow myself, then that's a big success. And that's what I tried to go for. And you know what? This year actually worked out really well because I actually I kind of revamped my hop growing setup this year, which I have to. I'm not going to pull the photo to the internet. I'm just going to have to pull it up on my phone. No, it wasn't March. No, it was May. It was May. May. Need more for the kids in the IPA. Yes. For a proper IPA, we need more hops. We need more hops. But I'm not concerned about that right now. But yeah. So, this is kind of sort of my hop growing setup. As you can kinda sort of see, there is a basketball goal in there. And then there's a frame made of 4x4s with 2 4x4 posts. So this setup is supported by essentially 3 posts. It's 3 posts supporting a rectangular. Do you regulate the bitterness with the type hops? No. So in my situation, since I live in a location on the rotation that's not like one of the big hop growing regions, I grow the hop variety that I can grow here, which, well, the one that produces well, which is the namesake for today's beer, and that is Commoning Corners Pale Ale. It's called Commoning Corners because the hop variety is Comet. So that's where the Commoning. The Corners is Commoning Corners is a pun on cutting corners. And that is, I don't know how bitter, I don't know the alpha acid concentration of these hops. And honestly, it would cost me quite a bit to figure that out. I'm just, admittedly, in my position, I'm just better off brewing beer with these hops in reasonable amounts and getting a reasonably good product out of it. So that's what I do. But yeah, these grow well. I do have some Centennial. So I grew 2 Comet Rhyme Zones in my hop yard, and then I grew 1 Centennial. And I think the Centennial has had... I don't think the Centennial likes where I live. So the Comets are been the predominant hop that I've had. So that's what I've got. Which is fine. It's fine. I'm pretty happy with, especially with like the way I did the trellising this year. Got a pretty good yield because I was running into issues where, because once hops hit the top of the trellis, they immediately flower. But all the individual hop plants will grow at different rates. But if I can get them to grow over a longer season, then they will flower later in the season, and all the flowering time will come closer together, which it makes it easier for me to harvest everything all at the same time and process everything at the same time. Which is kind of the goal of why I built that big trellis that I did. Granted, going back to that photo, so that's a frame. What is probably not being super captured very well is that you can faintly see some stuff above the frame. That stuff is 1/2 inch electrical conduit that's 5 feet above the frame. So between where the frame is and that conduit, I roughly have 15 feet of growing space. That gives me a lot more room for the hops to stretch out on. My hops do better. I'd say it's been a fairly good year. No complaints on that. But yeah, we're working with homegrown hops, and the results I get are the results I get. That's essentially what it comes down to, which admittedly I'm fine with, because I know I'm gonna get, because I know enough about brewing. I'm gonna get a decent year. Well, decent result out of this. I grow weed mostly this year. Was a surprise. Got a double female DNA mutant plant. Every branch is a nail stem. Huge colas on every stem. Wow. The funny thing about that is, so I used to have a guy who lived with me, and when he first saw my hop growing setup, he just walked up to it and was like, "Dude, man, like people think you're going to be growing weed," and it's like, "Hey, look, plants are in the same family, but they're different. They're very different plants." Like if a cop showed up to my house and actually took samples, like I have no worries. I have no worries. I'm not a. I'll be honest. I'm not a weed guy. I have never consumed the weed. But also I don't pass judgment on those who have. I have my poisons, which is alcohol, and others have their own. And that's kind of how I feel about that. Which I'm also getting really, 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 really close to the end of this. So, since we're getting close to the end, I'm going to go ahead and throw the rest of my hops into it. Alcohol's good. Alcohol has its concerning health negatives, like anything else. Like anything else, it's just kind of like. So, now granted, one of the downsides of growing your own hops, you can see all this yellow powder on my bag here. Yeah, that yellow powder is like, that's the good stuff. That's what flavors your beer, man. That is what flavors the beer. Okay. That's really, 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 really close to being done. I need to grab a piece of PVC pipe. Wow. And let's see, can I balance you? You. Cool. Everything kills you at the moment. You're born, why worry? For the most part, you're true. For the most part, you're true. However, though, I am a person who believes in increased risk factors. But you know what? You've only got like one turn at this life thing. Might as well enjoy it. And I'm gonna enjoy it. Now, I do worry about risk factors to a certain extent, like smoking, because yeah, so a little bit of a personal thing, but I'm 35 years old, and both my parents were dead before I was 30, and the biggest, well, they engaged in a number of risk factors, but the number one was smoking. Tobacco's bad, kids. And I do wish to be honest about that. Like, because weed is still basically inhaling burnt plant material, but I don't see, like, I don't see weed people becoming like chain smokers. Is basically where I think weed is not as bad as like tobacco. But that's just like my personal thoughts, and that's the personal thoughts of a guy who does not engage in either behavior. So, we've had this boiling for an hour. We've had our hops infusing with our beer. I get to turn the heat off now. Oh! I do not appreciate that. I do not appreciate the PVC falling there. Yeah. Because that PVC is my drain. And I need that drain. Okay. So, we boiled everything for an hour. Puff plastic like a trapper. A specific low-calorie diet can extend your life by 1/3. It is scientifically proven, but the quality of life goes down. Can't run a marathon type thing. Ooh, okay. So, that is a thing that I partially agree with. My thing would be like where the calories come from. Like if you turn that into a more fat and protein heavy diet, I do feel like downstepping the role of carbs can lead to some pretty good health outcomes. But yeah, you are right. Regarding at least, I mean, generally speaking, you are right in the regards to the fact of limiting consumption of stuff limits metabolism. But also, when you limit metabolism, your metabolism doesn't do as many good things for you. Let's see. Gosh, who was that? My buddy was skinny as a rake eating salads. Hey, don't knock a good salad, man. Don't knock the salads. Personally, I'm a fan of the salad. Now, if you could eat pasta for breakfast, lunch, and dinner and still be skinny as a rake, there's something wrong with you. But that's my opinion. But salads are great. I am a big fan of salads. Chicken Caesars. Okay, well, I don't do salad. So I honestly just don't do chicken in general. I'm not a chicken guy. I don't like chicken. I do like beef. I do like the deer. The deer is good, which in North America, we are getting close to deer season. And while I am not a hunter, my best friend is. And when he hunts the deer, he hunts a deer and goes, what the hell am I going to do with all of this? And then I wave my hand and be like, hey, throw deer meat at me. I could definitely use some deer meat. Because, I mean, deer meat is lean. Well, it's a red meat that's lean. And it's tasty. And also, I am a person who generally is not a fan of how meat's produced in North America. Let's just put it that way. Chicken Caesar salads are goated. Just roll them in tortilla and you have a wrap. What other salad does that follows it like that? I raise meat chickens once a year, enough for the year. It tastes better than store-bought. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I actually, I don't do stuff like that. I have talked about previously of if I liked eggs enough, I would keep chickens for eggs. But I'm not a big fan of eggs, so eggs are they're kind of like an okay tier. Because you know what, you have like bad, then you have the stuff that kills you when you eat it, then you move up to okay, good, and then there's also this like really rare tier of stuff that is like, oh my gosh, how is this stuff so amazing? And for me, speaking this time of year, I wish I had space for meat animals. Oh, if I wanted to raise chickens, I have the space. Because I might be a suburbanite. Wait, I might be a suburbanite, but I'm a suburbanite on like a little bit more than quarter of an acre. I have enough land for raising chickens if I wished, which I don't. But that's fine. I have a lab chicken that lays eggs. She's my puppy chicken. See, you know what's funny? That was an earlier conversation on stream, was chickens, like, because someone was asking me about pets. And I'm like, generally I don't keep pets. But I do like the idea of keeping chickens as a pet. Just because chickens are a pet that earn their keep. Like, I would have no problem with having like a couple of egg-laying hens that I also just treat as pets. I would love that. Because then, if I needed someone to like chicken sit, I'd be like, hey, you chicken set the chickens. You get to keep all the eggs. So that way, when I get them to do something for me, I'd be like, hey, you get a thing out of it. Which, considering egg price, I mean, here's the thing. I consume so few eggs, I don't even worry about the price of eggs, which I know that's not necessarily the case for other people out there. But for me, I don't worry about the price of egg. If I need egg, I go to the grocery store, I find a 6-pack of eggs, and I buy the eggs. Guinea hens are a tick-eating machine. I want to get a few of them. Ooh. I like that idea. I don't have a lot of ticks where I live. It's kind of a problem. And the reason why it's kind of a problem is because of those damn deer. Because while I do live in suburbia, I do live close enough to the wilderness where the deer come to my homestead and ruin my hostas. How dare those deer ruin my hostas? But yeah, not a fan of deer here. Not a fan of deer unless they're on a plate. If they're on a plate, then let's go. I'm just gonna give that some circulating because I want that wort chiller to move throughout. It is going, and now we're essentially at the point. I'm at the end of the road, farmer fields all around. Ah, nice, very nice. Lots of deer. Oh no, I don't like lots of deer. A couple of deer is fine. Which is the funny thing with deer around me is that they have destroyed my hostas. They won't touch my lettuce. They have touched my eastern redbuds. I have noticed deer pressure on my eastern redbuds, but the hostas and the eastern redbuds are the only two things I've touched. Don't touch the deer. Too cute. Oh. See, here's the thing. In North America, I feel like our animal protein system is a little bit on the broken side. And I feel like deer protein is some of the most ethical protein that can ever be sourced. At least here. Because there's a deer, it lives its life, it does the best things it can do until it's dead. Like, it's in an ideal world. Granted, I have a friend who hunts. I know that hunts don't always go according to plan. But ideally, deer is living its 100% best life, and then it's just done. Then it's just dead. Which is versus how, like, really, like, how chickens are raised. Like, chickens have it worse. Pork is, like, next on the ladder, and then beef. Beef has it generally okay, I would say. Because beef generally, like, grows up on, like, farms, does things cows do, until it hits the CAFO, which a CAFO is concentrated animal feeding operation, which not good if you care about the animals. Which is kind of one of the reasons why I'm a big fan of deers, because I feel like deer lives its best life, then the deer is dead, then it's animal protein for human beings. So that's one factor. But the other factor is also where I live. There used to be bears and cougars. And there's no more bears and cougars anymore. Granted, the bears are coming back, kind of. Not near me, but they're rebounding in population. And the deer don't have a lot of predator pressure on them. Or shucks, even wolves. Wolves used to be a thing in my location on the rotation. But that was a very long time ago because wolves go after the crop animals, and the people who care about crop animals don't appreciate the fact that there's things going after the crop animals, and Yeah. That's how that goes. Big money in China for... Ooh. Big money in China for bear pancreas. Honestly, I don't want to even think about... Well, my big thing is I don't even want to think about like how Chinese food markets are going right now because of a certain individual wanting to do things. China's buying less soybeans from us. Now, that I'm not entirely sure if they're going to be able to make up those soybeans from exports from Brazil and Argentina, but Brazil and Argentina would be the other two big countries they would look towards for soybean exports. And the thing about China is they're reasonably independent on grain. Like they can grow their own rice, they can grow their own wheat. But the thing is, in order to raise pork and beef and various other animal protein products, they need feedstock. They need soybeans. They need, yeah. I could only imagine being some, like, here's the thing. Like in North America, we're complaining about the cost of beef right now. I don't even want to think about, and here's the thing. The cost of pork in China right now is probably being stupid. And there's probably people who are genuinely angry about that. Because of just how the world is. Just how the powers that be. I had a buddy who grew up on a farm and he only eats meat if he personally knows who killed it. Yeah. I mean, so, well, actually. Let me get that water down my throat. So, the reason I live where I live, beef is expensive here in Canada. Oh, cheese also, but granted, also your dairy producers have a lot more productions. But yeah, the reason why I live where I live is because my grandpa was a cattle buyer. And he would go to like cattle auctions and buy cattle for slaughterhouses. He was kind of like he was the middleman between farmer and slaughterhouse. And one of the slaughterhouses where I live, the workers went on strike. So the slaughterhouse owner was looking for pro beef sucks here too. Big money in that. And I don't know how it is now, but we're talking about stuff. We're talking about stuff like before I was born. But yeah, a beef packing plant slaughterhouse here went on strike, and this was a slaughterhouse that my grandpa supplied cattle to, and the guy who owned the slaughterhouse was looking for guys who were willing to work. And then my grandpa was like, well, I have this son who's just laying around and just being a son, and he's at the age where he could use a job. Here, son, go have a job. So my son comes here, gets a job, and basically ends up becoming the number 2 guy at the slaughterhouse because it was on strike, and he was the guy brought in to just be extra labor, but because he basically didn't like betray the owner of the slaughterhouse, once the strike was settled, my dad was the guy who opened up the slaughterhouse. He was the guy who had the keys to the thing. And yeah, that's what he did. And then he went to a bar, drank some alcohol, and then talked to a lady and was like, hey, do you want to go back to my place and smoke some weed? And that's how Sugi Yamagawa became a thing. Oh, Lazarus, this is still very warm. Man, I was hoping this would cool down more. Granted, I don't have a high flow rate going through it. But yeah, that's my origin story of sorts. It is rooted in butchering, alcohol, and nefarious substances. I feel like to a certain extent how some other people's origins are. But yeah, we're waiting for this to chill down. I'm still surprised that my clip-on mic is still holding charge. Granted, I am running a really low flow rate. Whew. Yeah, there's some good heat flowing off that. Because I've got this down to about 150. The farm auction, being a local big beef producer, bought all the cattle, getting a full-size cattle for 200. He was cleaning up. Ooh. Oh man, full-size cattle for 200. And that's kind of like another thing with like animal raising in like North America, is like so much of it's just become scale. It's all scale. And if you got the size, you can just throw your weight around without a care in the world. Granted, also getting back into the inner lore of the Yamagawa clan, my great-grandfather, he came up with an invention. And that invention was the invention was the egg chute. So, chicken lays egg rolls down the chute, and then it can be automatically collected. He actually originally came up with the idea. Well, I want to be very hesitant to say this guy came up with the idea, because especially when you look at like the history of ideas, there were other guys working on the same problem at the same time. But he was actually got to the point where he went to DC to file a patent at the patent office for this invention. But he then pulled out because of how divided the family got. Because the family got really heated at who was going to get what money over this patent and like invention and such. And he saw that and was like, screw all of you, I'm not going to patent it, and no one gets any money. And that's what happened. And which is kind of funny, because like I could have had a very different growing up if that patent actually went through and changed the family, which could have seriously went for better or worse. I am definitely a person who thinks that money is a tool, and while it can be a nice tool, it can also be a very dangerous tool, and it needs to be treated with the respect that it deserves. Which, Brandon, I guess I'm being very conservative with the flow rate on the work chiller, because the water that's coming out is still very, very hot, and I am now. Your hops was green? I thought that when you dry out, it turns brown. Okay, so if it dries out on the vine, it will turn brown. But if you look at the thumbnail for the stream, and you'll see it's green. If you dry it out over basically the course of like 2 days, the hops will stay green, which is why these are still green. If they were to dry out on the vine, then they would turn brown. But these were dried in a dehydrator, so they didn't turn brown. Whereas if you basically let them die on the vine, they will brown. They will brown in that circumstance. And that affects the taste. Yeah, because if you let them get brown on the vine, they will get what could be considered a rotten flavor to them. Ooh. We're at this point. Sorry. I have to grab my yeast. Yeah. Woohoo! Okay. I forgot the yeast. Oh man, this is like, and the yeast are like the most important. Like, you cannot have beer without yeast. So we're gonna go back to our science experiment. Which our science experiment was this beaker full of sanitized water. And then what I'm going to do is add the yeast to it. That. And then the yeast will float on the top. And I'm going to leave it alone for a period of time. A little bit of time. Not a lot of time, but a little bit of time. Whew. We are gonna get down to the wire. And by get down to the wire, I mean my too much hops taste yucky for me. That is fair. That is perfectly fair. I am not using more than 4 ounces. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about the hop yucky taste. But I do understand where you're coming from. Wow. Okay. So, I have my fermenter nearly full of, well, not fermenter. But my mash tun is nearly full of really warm water. So we're going to go ahead, give this a good stir, and so here's where we're at. My GoPro, which is the webcam that's supporting the stream, currently sits at 4%. We are very close to the end. Also, by the way, I'm having a Heineken 00, non-alcoholic beer, which this is how I like to use the NA beer, is what I like to call a spacer beer. This way I can like keep drinking beer, but I don't get messed up as badly because, well, I space it out with something that doesn't have alcohol in it. Allows me to keep enjoying the deliciousness of beer without, well, suffering the negative consequences of my actions. And I'm really impressed with you, GoPro, for handling 4 hours of stream, which we just cleared that mark. Went to a craft beer show, 2 hours to sample different beer. I was loaded by the time it was over. Yeah. At my location at the rotation, we have a couple of craft beer shows, and I've been to a couple of them. And it's like, yes, beer is good and stuff, But wowie, I don't like how I feel by the end of it. Like, there was actually a craft beer event that was like essentially basically all the breweries from all over the state, which me and a buddy went to. And because my buddy was my buddy, and who he was, most of the samples he got. Oh, shikes. That's exciting. That's unnecessarily exciting. Okay, it's fixed now. The fun things. The fun things of doing things at home. But yeah, him being who he was, all he got was, well, starting off, all he got was like bourbon barrel beers. Every single time. And he would get like a 4-ounce sample, drink it, and then be like, "Hey Sugi, I finished my 4-ounce sample of this bourbon barrel whatever. Let's go to the next thing." And I'm like, and I'm ordering like, granted, I did get a blackberry blonde, which was really, really good. I really liked the blackberry blonde I had. But I was like going for like lighter, more flavorful beers. But he was just like constantly being like, bourbon barrel this, bourbon barrel that. And I'm like, oh no, this is... We're gonna crash, and we're gonna crash hard. And we did. We did. Eventually, we left the show, whatever, and we made our way back to my car. We both passed out for an hour. Woke up, and I was like, okay, I don't like how I'm feeling. Buddy, how are you doing? No better. Okay. Well, I can walk to a pizza place from here. I'm gonna go do that. You cool with just like sleeping in the car some more? He's like, yeah, man. So he slept in the car for like another hour while I walked over to a local pizza place. Got some pizza with garlic knots, by the way. Really good garlic knots. And granted, this is also a pizza place that doesn't exist anymore. They were really good. But got some pizza in me, got some bread in me. And it was like, got back to the car and was like, okay, I can operate this motor vehicle safely now. But yeah, did a little bit of the big brewery stuff, and it was like, wowie. Definitely not a fan of doing it more again. Well, I mean, it was fun. It's fun. It is a fun, novel experience. But man, how do I put this? Like, it's a fun, novel experience to do like beer tastings and beer shows like that. Especially if you can go to like bigger ones that have like really good beer, like Great American Beer Festival. And that's also a beer festival where it's like, if you go to this, like the beer you're gonna drink is like guaranteed to be good. Well, if I go to a brewery and they advertise a beer as having a medal from Great American Beer Festival, I don't think I'll do it again. Getting too old. Hey, I feel you. Like, here's the thing. With those beer events, the novelty factor is really high in the first couple you go to. So, the first 1 to 3, when it's a new experience to you, it's a lot of fun. But being like a repeat user, not so much. Not so much. You're kind of better off. Whoa, wait. Oh, that's what happened. My hose let out. Here, get back in the drain. Stay in the drain. But yeah, once it becomes like more of like a quote-unquote normal experience or something you've already experienced, there's certainly a lesser degree of value. But yeah, yeast is hydrated. That's very important for various reasons. Currently, my temperature here is 120, and I really don't want to. I want to mash out, but at the same time, I don't want to mash out. I'm very mixed on that. Oh. I am very mixed on that. Woo! Granted, oh wow, this actually does have a little bit of heat left to it. How dare it have that much heat to it? Oh no. Oh, it's not too bad. It's just the hose clamp on the wort chiller is loose and it likes to slide out. It's slidden out a couple of times. How's it going, hot stuff? I'm trying to not make this hot stuff anymore. Originally, I wanted it to be hot stuff, but now I want this to be cool-ish, or at least below 100 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the goal. I'm below 120. Ice bath? No. So this is a wort chiller. So what this is you see two tubes. One's inbound, one's outbound. Well, inbound, outbound. And what happens is basically tap water goes in one, tap water cup, or keep stirring. Well, the stirring is just to keep temperature. I'm trying to even out temperatures in the wort. I'm also trying to oxygenate it, but that's a whole separate conversation. But water goes in, water comes out, and ideally that water takes heat from here and makes it go away. That's the game plan. That's the game plan. We want to take heat out of this, make it go away. Which is where I'm at. Which I keep having water go places because, well, I'm not the best at managing water. But once I get this a little bit cooler, I'm going to stop this. I'm going to do what's called what's the word for it? There's a word or a phrase. I'll pull the liquid in here into this container. This container, as you can see, it's got a little bit of liquid in it already. That liquid is a sanitizing solution. The sanitizing solution basically kills bacteria, viruses, all sorts of nice, nasty stuff that I don't want into my beer. This doesn't have nice, nasty things in it because I boiled it for an hour. This doesn't have nice, nasty things in it because I used chemicals. Which I'm actually curious at how well this camera picks up on text. Which this is reasonably fine text. So I'd be. Ooh, you can see it just enough to make it out. So what is in my fermenter is some star sand. This is star sand. This is a non-contact sanitizing solution. It is by weight 50% phosphoric acid. Which, if you don't know your acids, phosphoric acid is used to etch metal. It is a nasty acid. Which also, like, if you're dealing with a chemical that comes in like this type of container, know that it is a dangerous chemical and should be treated with the utmost respect and lots of reading of the instructions if you're going to be using it for anything. Oh, we are flirting with danger. We are very flirting with danger right now. Okay. Okay. This is reasonably close. I am pulling this off because I use 99% alcohol to sterilize things. Yeah, that... Oh, wait, the camera's still there. My camera's gonna die soon. It is seriously gonna die soon. So I'm gonna be taking a little bit of effort to finish this up, wrap it up. Just because of how close to the end we're getting. Or at least if I can get to the point where I have the beer in the fermenter, not gonna worry about it. Granted, I'm hoping when the camera dies, it just leaves a still screen, which I can't know right now because I'm currently pouring sanitizing solution into another fermenter, because that's how I store it in between batches. Because I normally do try to like make up like fresh batches of this stuff, but considering I just used this stuff like last weekend, I'm pretty comfortable throwing this at this, essentially what is this week's fermenter. Camera still works. I don't know how, but it does. Damn it, this is... Sorry, this is a little bit frustrating just because my funnel's throughput is so low. And I have to get 2.5 gallons of this nonsense through here. But my beer's getting colder. Well, my wort. It's not beer yet. It's not officially beer yet. It's about to be. It is very much about to be. Okay. Whew. Okay. Fermenter, clean. It is ready. I have this below 100, which is actually a real magic temperature, because that's not going to kill yeast. So, it is now time. I'm going to pull this out, drain off, let the remaining wort drain off, chuck that into a mash tun. I use 99% isopropyl alcohol to make shatter butter for honey oil mist. Ah, neat. Okay. So since I'm running a cheesecloth, I'm not too worried about because normally what I would do is I'd grab my stir stick and I use it to stir the wort. Normal circumstances. Normal circumstances. These are not normal circumstances. Because this is something I do once a year. And so... Also, a big reason why I am doing this the way I'm doing is to increase the amount of surface area that the wort is exposed to. There's a reason for that. That is, once I throw the yeast in, I want that yeast, I need to get oxygen into the wort. Because with the boiling process, I lose oxygen. And I want to reintroduce oxygen at this point in time. Which, for those who are a little bit more serious about brewing, yeah, this is the only point in brewing where you're genuinely concerned about. Looks like someone thinking, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens when I'm out of the range of the iPhone. Is it looks like I'm thinking. But I'm trying to have get as much surface area, get as much oxygen, because the thing is, I'm going to be very ambitious here. To get these yeast to reproduce, the yeast actually need oxygen to do their reproducing thing. And I need to incorporate that somehow. Also, I'm still absolutely flabbergasted that this dang game, that this camera is still working. Oh god. I mean, granted, at this point, like, hey, it's working. Okay. Yeah. So, we'll do that. Bring this over. Wort comes over, hits the far side, drains out. With all that happening, I'm going to give what I've been calling the science experiment a stir. That stir mixes the yeast in. Well, helps the yeast like evenly, a little bit more evenly distributed. And actually, So I use dry yeast generally when I brew beer, and what this does is I basically give the yeast some water, because dry yeast is basically yeast put to sleep. And when it's been put to sleep, it's usually a good idea to wake them up a little bit before you send them to work. Here is where they go to work. This is their morning routine. You give them a little bit of water, be like, hey buddy, we're about to go to work, we're about to do the thing. So you wake them up a little bit, kind of help them get a little bit into the groove. And that's what this is. That's what I've been calling the science experiment is. And with that, that is officially beer. Store dry yeast in the fridge? Yes, sir. Store it in the fridge until it's ready. Now, granted, man, I will sing the praises of my homebrew shop till the end of the world, because yeah, and that's actually true. That's true. I mean, that's where, oh, neat. My camera just hit 0%, but it's still camera, so. I don't like that. Why does the nylon bag feel like it's a little bit too attached? Yeah. Because I want to get this out. Ah. Ugh, there we go. A little bit of that. Ugh. Because I want to get as much word out of this as I can. And I generally don't worry too much about this Oh. There it is. There it is. Camera died. The camera is dead. But that's fine, because we're basically at the end. I'm okay with it dying at the end. Wait, what? Wait, what? I got 4 gallons of golden teacher shrooms and they're a year old. I don't know if it's any good. I'll have to try it soon to find out. Neat! Now I am finding out what's happening with my camera. My camera is just basically constantly eat splash screen. Neat splash screen. Yeah. Okay. Now that's reasonably done. I'm gonna try a thing because I want to give this a try, but Jiminy Crickets. Jiminy Crickets. Where is it? Is it here? Nope. So it keeps trying to... The GoPro keeps trying to reboot. Which... I'm like, okay. Good kudos to you. I mean, you keep trying. So, I do want to try... Since we've reached this point... I want to see if a hot swap works. So pull the button, and what a hot swap is. Oh. Ooh. Aha! We're back! Alright. As much damn grief as this camera has given me, I was not expecting that to work. Zero expectations on that working. I have no water. I have no water, but I only have beer. So cheers, everyone. We made beer with homegrown hops. My hands are very sticky. Because towards the end there, I was actually wringing out the magic bag and... Oh. My brew kettle needs work. This needs to be cleaned. There's so many things that need to be cleaned. But that's also... Welcome to brewing. Welcome to brewing. That is what brewing is cleaning the activity. But yeah, a brand new fresh lid. Handles towards me. This is important because I try to keep the end from my airlock. Try to keep the end from my airlock opposite of where I have my handle. And where is an air? Actually, where is an airlock? Airlock, airlock. Oh. Is that's what's happened? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Because I have that, and I have that, and then... Ah! That's unnecessary. Well, that's certainly unnecessarily exciting. I need an airlock. And my current airlocks are spoken for. At one point, so here's the thing. As of now, as of this moment, with chemical reactions happening in this bucket below me, I have 15 gallons of alcohol fermenting at the same time within the boundaries of my home. My other 2 airlocks, I had 3, but 1 got a crack in it, so I trashed it. And now I don't have an airlock for this. So I'm now being womp womp about this. Granted, I'm also being womp womp for this about, while also wanting to search through my brew thing, my brewer bin. Hoping there might be something, but I don't think that's going to be the case, because I know I've remembered the sequence of events that have brought me to this point. And indeed, this is the sequence of events that have brought me to this point. Okay, so I don't have an airlock. I don't have an airlock for this poor boy. So now, I have fermented before without using an airlock. My standard technique for that is I put a towel. Granted, that's a towel over the whole top of the fermenter, specifically in regards to active fermentation with a wine. Because active fermentation with a wine produces cornucopious amounts of gases, whereas this, it's going to produce a fair amount of gases over the first 3 days of fermentation, and then it's going to taper off, and it's going to ferment for a period of time. So I think that's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to go the towel route for that, is I'll just put a towel over it and hope for the best. But yeah, we brewed beer with homegrown hops. The hops are currently being very soggy in that bag over there. I thought this propane canister would give out on me, and it did not. And I gotta say, this has been a reasonably successful evening, and I'm also very, very thankful I don't have to. I'm very thankful I don't have to stream tomorrow. Because, yeah, you guys have no idea how much cleaning up I have to do. I have to do a lot of cleaning up. So, the beer is brewed. We've had a good day. I have even managed to hot swap batteries for the GoPro camera and have it work. So, by all metrics, today has been an absolutely incredible success. And I would like to thank everyone for tuning in for today's absolute incredible success. But yeah, next stream is going to be at a certain point. I will post a schedule at some point tomorrow. Since I am planning to have a free morning tomorrow, I should, honestly, within 24 hours from now, there should be a schedule for the next streams. So, have a great night, day, evening, night, wherever it is, wherever you're at, everyone. And thank you very much for tuning in, and hopefully I'll see you all on the next one. Bye-bye.